We are live. Mhm, 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 mhm. So, if we're looking at the prospects that are remaining on the board, someone like Denzel Boston, he should go quickly. He should not be on the board that long. Terrell should be off the board soon. The safety out of Toledo, Colton Hood, I'm surprised he wasn't a first round pick. Cautious Howell could be off the board within a couple picks. Jacob Rodriguez should be a second round pick, maybe a third round pick at the latest. Zachariah Branch should hear his name called. I am still shocked that the Rams went Ty Simpson at 13. That I'm shocked about. Yeah, I'm still shocked that Ty Simpson went 13 to the Rams. Sean McVay did not look happy at the post draft press conference. CJ Allen's still available. A lot of these guys are gonna hear their name called quickly. Obviously, my Commanders don't have a pick until 71. I would like to see a wide receiver come off the board at 71 to Washington. If we can get a guy like Chris Bell or I don't think Jacoby Lane falls to 71, but if he does, that would be a great spot for Washington, I think. I'll take Jacoby Lane. I'll take Jacoby Lane at 71. Ted Hurst, if he makes it to 71. Bryce Lance, he ran a 4.34 40-yard dash at the combine. 6'3", almost 6'4". I would take Bryce Lance at 71 if he makes it. Any other receivers that could make the 71 that I would be okay with? That's about it. Those like 4 or 5 receivers. So I would be okay with. I mean, even if Brennan Thompson makes it to 71, I would be okay with that too. I mean, speed on the outside, or even in the slot receiver next to McLaurin. So I would say Brennan Thompson, Bryce Lance, Ted Hurst, Jacoby Lane, maybe someone like a Chris Bell if he makes it, maybe a Mekhi Fields if he makes it to 71, maybe a Jermaine Bernard, maybe Bernard if he makes it to 71, or Zachariah Branch if he makes it to 71. Those I want to see a wide receiver off the board going to Washington at 71. And if it's one of those 7, 8 receivers, I'll be happy. And if we're looking at Carolina at pick 51, we already got our offensive tackle. I could see a safety or some sort of defensive line come off the board at 51. What other defensive linemen are on the board? We could get someone like maybe like Dominic Orange, Lee Hunter, maybe. Or we go edge and get some like a TJ Parker or Mason Thomas or an LT Overton. All possible options for Carolina at 51. Round 2.
Starting again with the 49ers, Bills, Bengals, Colts, Falcons, Panthers, Jaguars, Broncos, fans of those teams who actually get to hear names associated with a draft choice for the team that you want to win the Super Bowl. Pleased to be with you here again. Rich Eisen, Fox Sports Troll Platt. Charles Davis, Daniel Jeremiah. Quick word before Roger gets up there. Defense, defense, defense. And they say a lot of it tonight. All right. So here comes the commissioner of the NFL back on the stage to start night number 2 here in the Steel City.
Let's get night 2 kicked off.
Come on, let's go. 26 NFL draft. Last night, in front of more than 320,000 fans, right here in Pittsburgh. Give yourself a hand, that's awesome. And millions more watching around the world. We welcome 32 incredible young men to the NFL family. And tonight, already there are over 260,000 fans here. You've already set a record for night two. And as you can see, I'm joined by 32 players and legends of our game, all here to help us select the next generation of talent to join the NFL. Many of these players with me on stage have either grown up in Western Pennsylvania or played football here. This area is one of the most talent-rich football regions in the country, with more than 650 players advancing to the National Football League. Long known as the cradle of quarterbacks, Western Pennsylvania is a true pipeline of greatness, producing 23 Pro Football Hall of Famers. Please give them a warm welcome. Okay, Pittsburgh, are you ready? Round two of the 2026 NFL Draft is officially open. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. And it's 7 minutes of it. It was 8 last night, so not too far off from the first round. And then after this round, it'll be 5 minutes the rest of the way. The San Francisco 49ers traded down twice from 27 all the way into this pick. There is the 49ers brass. Chad York taking a knee behind his Hall of Fame general manager and his head coach.
The 49ers are officially on the clock.
Well, this is a team, I know a lot of injuries last year for that defense front, but they are not used to looking up in the standings and seeing that they're dead last in the league in sacks and 30th in quarterback pressure. So they get guys back healthy, including Bosa, that's big, but I wouldn't be surprised to try to add to that group a little bit. We discussed it last night, those last 2 Super Bowl winners, waves of pass rushers. So adding some more depth to that pass rush would make some sense, Joel. I love TJ Parker from Clemson. He's a really good player, guys. There's some serious juice, I think, still left on the edge, even though we saw a ton of edge rushers come off the board last night. And I would agree with you. And that's one thing that they're going to have to do is control the pocket of the opponent in that division. You've got
Yeah, the Niners need some sort of defensive end or edge rusher.
They could use a little help. I think they could also look at offensive line. They're going to have to figure something out long term for Trent Williams. Even though he signed that extension, they're going to have to find a way to make sure that they're
all the good offensive tackles are basically gone.
Their deal, because we were thinking about why they just kept going back, I think. But don't ever underestimate the fact that they continue to pump up the offense. Because remember what Deebo Samuel did for them in that offense?
I mean, who would the Niners pick at this point, beginning of the second round, at the offensive tackle position? They can wait and draft an offensive tackle later.
Keep up with them. And the Rams, they bring a ton of offense to the team.
Not too much later, but they can wait a little bit.
This team gets all of their horses healthy. They can cheer hurt. They can win the whole thing next year. I mean, they're right there. If they can get these last few pieces that they're looking for and just cross your fingers, have some good luck with the health situation. This team's as dangerous as anyone. 12 games with the 3 of us getting tryouts at the end of the year to fill out roster spots because they were so beat up. They won 12 games. And last night we saw the Arizona Cardinals, the last place team, add Jeremiah Love to their mix. The Rams, we all know, chose Ty Simpson for the future, but they did go ahead and get Trent McDuffie with their 29th overall selection. And the Seahawks in the last pick of the night getting Jadarian Price to fill the role of their Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker, the third, now with the Kansas City Chiefs. So the Niners are looking at some young talent right here. Just the other thing, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around. Is that I was getting ready to have these words come out of my mouth. The Niners might be looking somebody to compliment Mike Evans, which still does not sound true. Right? I mean, what a move that was for them. Think about when they get down inside the red zone, Brock Purdy having that big target to throw the football to. So. Denzel Boston is still out there at the wide receiver
I think
position.
Boston might be the move. If you're the Niners, go get a running mate for Mike Evans.
Another pass catcher of that caliber makes sense as well. I would think that the best value for them would be at edge. They could certainly address some of those other issues, but either Boston or edge would probably be the way you would go, at least for value. And I didn't mention Catches Howell. I really loved his production at Texas A&M. He's a guy that played very hard. He's a stand-up outside linebacker, played mostly in the boundary. So, I think that's certainly a position they could look at. Raheem Morris is the new defensive coordinator in Atlanta last year when they took 2 pass rushers in the first round. He knows how to deploy those desks. Only the 49ers. The 49ers only 20 sacks last year. Only the Jets and the Cardinals, Panthers, and Ravens right around them had 4. So the Jets addressed things with David Bailey last night. This is why you're talking edge, Joe. That's pretty much right there. So the other move they made in free agency that I liked is the move to get Odigizua from the Cowboys to come in inside. Those numbers, those aren't going to look like it next year, provided all these big dogs stay healthy. It looks like somebody's dialing a phone number right now.
The Niners finally picked someone.
Step from the outside. Let's not take a picture of it. If we see the draft of the game, we'll see it. I think the average age-wise, that their staff is easily the youngest in the NFL. Brings back memories for you? Well, there was like 4 kids, looked like they were about 8 to 12 is back. And I was thinking that would probably dictate the numbers down. So instead of a 20 for 20 club, you're talking about those guys. You're talking about.
If I were the Niners, I'm going edge or wide receiver. I think that would be the pick.
So we're less than 2 minutes to go, waiting for the first pick of the night. Then the Cardinals will have at it. The Buffalo Bills will welcome them to the NFL draft for the first time. The Raiders go again, and
the Niners pick is in.
Houston Texans are up with a pick that they got from Washington for the trade for Laramie Tunsil. The pick is in, and John Lynch is already talking to somebody there, and they're saying Clara Hatford. Now I get it. Kiddos are there. Fantastic. I love that. They don't you don't like that, guys. You're clapping back there. You get it. You're in. Do they show the Philly tape from a few years ago? So the pick is in. The Niners did not trade it. They stopped and they picked. Kyle Shanahan last night saying that the players that they thought were available at 27 and beyond are still on the board for them to take. So we'll find out who they were coveting last night, and then they traded out.
Let's see what the Niners pick at 33.
Now, Commissioner announced that all the legends are calling them legends, active players and NFL legends. It's a call. It's a call. You got it. Randy really. We went to the University of Pittsburgh, so they're getting some Pittsburgh folks. Some Penn Staters are going to be.
Let's see what the Niners do.
There's going to be about that announcement. He can still block you. Brian Westbrook at Villanova's coming out to do the Eagles pick. But it's Andy Lee, the Pulse. Back in the day is coming out right now with the commissioner to start tonight. Let's send things to the stage. You got a name. Get this thing going. What's up, Pittsburgh? I just want to say it's awesome to be back in my college hometown. It's an honor to play here for 4 years, and just want to thank the 49ers for this opportunity. I want to give a shout out to the 49er faithful, the best fans in the NFL. With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver.
They did get a wide receiver, and it wasn't Boston.
The combine and ran a blistering 4.3640. You see there 207 pounds. And the run after catch.
He ran a 4.36 40-yard dash. 6'2", 207 pounds.
So from someone who ran 4.36 or 4.38 for past one, but just look at him. When he gets the ball in his hands after the catch, CD, he can absolutely fly. And think about that offense with Shanahan. They're going to get you out in space. They major in guys that can do these things with the ball in their hands to the catch. That's what he does best. And that's what they did with Lane Kiffin and Charlie Weiss Jr., who was operating that offense there. Look at him coming to the ball game, ready to rock and roll. And look, Juwan Jennings gave them a lot of great play out on the perimeter with size, ability to go out and dig out those safeties, and when he was blocking, all those things. You get the same thing with Stribling, except in a 4.36 package. Juwan Jennings didn't run anywhere near that speed. And what's the deal with Ole Miss receivers at the second round? Well, they can all fly. So they're trading Trey Harris last year with Z-Terry, DJ Metcalf, Brown.
Buffalo just traded up with Tennessee.
State, Oklahoma State, then Ole Miss, and he was great late at Ole Miss. He had over 90 yards per game in this.
Oh, no, this was from the pick that they traded
No doubt, 200 catches in his career.
from last night.
Well, the pick is in for the Cardinals. They didn't waste any time. And I know we put him already in with the rest of the offensive starters there. And we're sending hello to George Kittle if he's out there watching, hoping he's coming back from that Achilles. He's faster than we would all faster than he wants. And also, Richard Pearsall is another first round drafted wide receiver. They're waiting.
Arizona could go wide receiver. Nope.
First round production from. We'll see if that's.
I don't think they go quarterback here. I think they would have gone Ty Simpson if he made it to 34.
Could take a tackle. They didn't do that. Obviously, they came away with Jeremiah Love. The tackles are all gone. So to me, if you're going to look at the next tackle, it might be a little early for Tiernan out of Northwestern. Then you've got the interior guys who are a little bit higher, Basantis and Pregnon. You need to keep them. Well, another Pittsburgh collegiate player, James Conner, is here. Injured last year, and now Jeremiah Love's his new teammate with Tyler Algier moves going out here with some nice warm plans to make the Cardinals pick. Pittsburgh is going on. It's good to be home. With the 34th pick in a 2026 NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Basantis.
There you go, guard Chase Basantis out of Texas A&M.
My watch you see at the bottom there was against Miami, and that was an epic between him and Ruben Bain when Ruben Bain went inside. A really competitive. There's not really look. He's got 31-inch arms. Talk a lot about the arm length in this year's draft, but he's got run power. He can get underneath your pass and drive you.
So Arizona went offensive guard at pick 34.
And pick guys off, and then we talked about this a little bit of the theme with the linemen this year. One of the best years.
I had him going in the first round.
And then in pass protection,
I had him going to Houston at
against Arkansas, very
the late 20s. And he ends up going 34 to Arizona.
Leverage power, and then he was an aggressive finisher. You talked about power. They're snapping him, saying he was one of the strongest players that they've ever had. He had a 700-pound plus squat, which is crazy, and he's a competitor. I think that was one of the guys, and you know this better now. 6 guys competed and never driven the combine. He was one of them. So he got in there, and he competed, and he's certainly a hard worker. And I think we're going to get for Texas A&M offensive lineman because this draft is over. We're going to come off the grid. They were really stout that position. So the Buffalo Bills, you traded for DJ Moore back at the new league year trading opportunity. They flipped their 2 to Chicago for that, so they didn't have a 2 at all. This is their first pick in the draft period because they moved back 3 times last night after they had the 26th overall pick in this draft. They improved their 3rd round pick from 91 to 66. They improved the 4th round pick from 165 to 1.
So Buffalo is finally on the clock.
We're going to be hearing them quite a bit tomorrow. Tonight, they've got 2 picks. Here's the first one. What do you think is going to happen? Well, I'm looking at the linebacker position. I was looking at the interior offensive line and then also just more firepower at the wide receiver position. You know, they made that move. They brought in DJ Moore, but you watch that playoff game, I just felt like Josh Allen's going to have a little bit more fire.
Yeah, they need more weapons. And Boston's still available at 35.
Teams
I wouldn't be shocked if they go Boston.
The guy's got a full foothold, open field, and he gets to go. He's got a cream, makes so many plays. But what about Edge Rusher? I mean, that's one thing there because look, Rousseau has been there for a while, but he's not getting the double digit sack shit. They didn't have that record. By the time they got Von Miller, he had injuries. He wasn't the guy that they needed at that point. Edge Rusher could be there. The guy you mentioned before, TJ.
Or Cassius Howell.
Yeah, they were 30th in yards per carry as a defense, 28th in quarterback pressures. Certainly that defensive side could be a focal point for the Bears. So we welcomed the Niners to the draft just a few minutes ago. Now here's time for the Buffalo Bills. Penn Stater, Shane Collin coming to stage. With the 35th pick in the 2016 draft, the Buffalo Bills select.
It's not 2016.
Pete Parker from Clemson.
They got linebacker. Or they got edge rusher. Yeah, they got an edge.
Jim Leonard, he'll be standing up on the edge. He'll be rushing, which he did at Clemson. And that's why I thought he was a first round player. He was one of my top 32 guys. Thought he would come up the board.
Okay.
Trade down a few times, collect some extra picks. In a position of need and still get my pick.
They needed edge.
Watching a really brilliant rusher using that length. He saw it even more in 24 than he did in 25. He's got a natural feel. You see the quick hands, he will swipe and free himself and get home. And another theme of his strength is you guys that can kick inside and rush over guards. You've seen a lot at the collegiate level and more NFL teams doing it as well. And then finished well last game of the year in a rivalry game against South Carolina and also in that Senior Bowl. Fans like numbers. Look at his 2024 numbers when you see the sack numbers, and then look at the 2025 Clemson game. See, he's had a lot of game. I only had three sacks in that game. That's why you know his high school coach was. Don't make stack. There you go. And just summed that up very nicely right there. That means he won a lot of games. So by the way, the first trade of the night just happened. Boston was getting drafted. The Texans moved up 2 spots. The Raiders moved down 2 spots, and you got a new third-round pick to their credit. The Giants are now on the clock as well. All right.
Okay. So the Niners got wide receiver Stribling at pick 33, and then Arizona got guard Chase Basantis at 34, and then Buffalo got T.J. Parker, edge out of Clemson. I mean, Buffalo needed edge. I would say edge or wide receiver. I mean, Boston was there for the taking if Buffalo wanted him, but they decided to go edge, which is another need. Texans pick is in. Giants are on the clock. The Texans got in round 1. The Texans got a guard in round 1, and Kalen Rutledge. So they got a guard in round 1. Could they double dip and get 2 offensive linemen back-to-back rounds? Possibly. Could also go defensive line. There's still some good defensive line and corners available. It really depends on what the Texans want to do with this pick. They have some holes that they need to fill. I mean, edge is definitely a need for Houston.
That's the only individual left in the group. Everybody, Case McDonald.
Hayden McDonald might be a Texan.
The commissioner invited everybody that was still in the green to come back, and McDonald accepted. Moments ago, you mentioned the Raiders moved down 2 spots, got a third, but the fourth back to Houston, which is moving up 2 spots to make this choice. The Giants, after the Texans, still on the clock. So,
The Texans could go McDonald here.
this draft, what do you think the Texans are going to do here? Who do they jump up 2 spots to get? Daniel, looking at their defense and what they need, and it says absolutely nothing. So, man, if they just want to add to the riches they have, they could do that. The offensive side, the big need was interior of the offensive line. They did that with Rutledge. So that roster's in great shape, Rich. They can literally just take the best available player. And that is, for me, it's McNeil. I don't know where we get on the field with that defense. You got a half of the center fielder there already. Could they go up front? Yeah, but you can go for one of the big guys. I mean, the defensive tackle board is all there. I've got McDonald as the top one.
I think McDonald might go to Houston.
Houston Texan scored the first touchdown for the Texans, both in preseason and regular seasons, for the record. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald.
It is Kaden McDonald. He no longer has to wait in the green room.
To go to the Houston Texans, as you said, whether they need nothing, but he's going to be more than something to be added to that mix. What he's going to do is
I thought Kaden McDonald would be a good.
The passer because he's going to handle the run game. They play more than a gap.
When they showed Kaden McDonald in the green room, I was like, he could be picked with this Houston Texans pick. And that's exactly what happened. Hayden McDonald gets to get his moment on the stage.
But it's still stunning, and it hurts when you're not the guy. When you're the one left, and then he gets his opportunity. I give the young man a ton of credit, Stanley, for getting to accept this opportunity to go across the stage. You're high standard. He was not a starter 2 years ago for that national championship team. Played in short yardage, but really a one-year starter on the interior. And Matt Patricia, guys, he used them all over the place. They would jump around in defensive structures. And one of the reasons why all those other players had.
I'm glad Kaden McDonald is getting his moment.
Was because this guy was getting a lot of attention in the middle of that defense. A unanimous All-American. He had great production in the interior, 60 tackles, and that was them keeping the snap count low. He only played 32 snaps per game. It also tells you about player development. We can talk all we want about players moving around.
He is heading to Houston. McDonald is heading to Houston.
Many small that he was dreaming about. Quite some time. I thought it was going to happen last night. The man his husband invited him to stick around. He accepted for this moment, and it is happening. Neat stuff. He's going to make that defense better. He's lifting the best defense in college baseball, only go to the best defense in the National Football League. Nice measure for this young man. Good things come to those that wait, gentlemen. As Rich likes to say, those who stay will be champions. Well, that's what those says. I'm trying to give the kid his moment, sir. There you go. So congratulations to him. I mean, it's pretty damn good at the football. Yeah, especially against the run.
Houston, in the first round, got an offensive guard.
Tackles. He frees himself and is able to locate the football. You see here working through 2 blockers and navigating his way towards the ball. We try instincts. A lot of times talk about guys on the outside of the field or off the ball. He's got great instincts as a run defender inside. And I do believe like there's one behind the middle as a pass rusher. He's got a chance to learn and grow on one of the best defensive coaches in football. Not only D'Amico Ryan's your head coach, but Burke, the DC, is one of the absolute best. They're going to work with him with some of that pass rush as well. Blessing, you said more meat on the bone as a pass rusher. Kind of characterize this entire defensive tackle problem, I would say. Love that girls flag football message on the wall there in the draft room. They're using the Texans. Laura Rutledge welcoming our next to Primetime presented by Nationwide.
Kaden, we see the emotion overcoming you. It was important for you to stay here, to have your moment. You just had a long hug with the commissioner. How would you describe this?
It was emotional, man. I knew I was supposed to be here. I'm just so blessed. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so emotional. Like, where I came from down here is a blessing.
It really is so fun to watch you experience this. You know that this Texans defense is a force to be reckoned with. How will you make a day one impact?
Disruptive, making it easier for the DN, and we all go together. We gonna work. I'm ready.
Thank you, Kaden.
Appreciate it. And so now the green room is empty. And we welcome Caden McDonald to the rest of the world now. Just sitting in that room all night last night. But at least he had a very short night. Gave his new logo a tap. And now he's going to go wreck the game on behalf of the Houston Texans. I just love how the league has advanced, how they handle the green room. Yeah. Think about years past when guys had to sit there and we just had cameras in their face. Well, you watching every emotion. Changed it, right? Yeah, that was still Brady Quinn. It was Brady Quinn. It was Ross Goodell. He made the commissioner. He's like, we're not doing this anymore. He put him in his green room where there are no cameras. And then he came out when he got picked 22nd by Cleveland. But you remember Aaron Rodgers? Every facial expression documented through all those bits. I'm glad they're not doing that anymore.
There's still some good wide receivers, linebackers, corners available for the Giants to grab.
Basically told all partners, we're not doing that.
I mean, they got.
At any rate, the pick is now in. The Giants last heard from them with the 10th overall selection last night. Here comes Roger Goodell. He's back there. Goodell, see you and you're up.
They got a couple picks last night's draft.
I'm joined here by the great O.C. Yemenuro. O.C. played for the Giants. What a great man he is. With the 37th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Colton Hood.
There goes Colton Hood. They get the corner out of Tennessee.
My top 21 players in the draft.
Man, the Giants are doing good.
Everything. He's got toughness. He can find.
The Giants draft so far is good.
You can see why John Harbaugh fell in love with him. Want to put him in press. He's very patient, under control. He's got real good body control for a corner. He carries vertical routes physically. He can support in the flats. He's a firm tackler. Down at the Senior Bowl, again, guy didn't need to go down there and compete. I thought he was going to be a first rounder before he got down there. When he went down there and competed, his exits one-on-ones. And to me, I think this is a tremendous value. So you get him right here at number 37. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Overall player.
The Giants so far got Elvio Reese at 5, Francis the tackle at 10, and now Colton Hood at 37.
Hey, whatever works for him, just go ahead and move forward in your career.
Wow. That defense got a lot better this time.
What the pressure of being CB1 was, and that's only going to help.
Giants defense is getting even better after these last 2 days of the draft.
Torres ACL in January, in the off season. So here comes Hood to play in Tennessee after time at Vernon, Colorado. Really competitive guy. He was a 2-time All-State baseball player in center field. I think that's part of the reason he's really good at the catch point. That's because he's not scared when the ball's in the inventory goals. Field history, outfielder history. Now I know Argyle Reese was a starter just this year for the first time, but you know, Mr. Big even on Fox, Abdul Carter and Argyle Reese ran the same team. The last 2 years, you need a quarterback on the opposite team, right? Because both of those guys can go. Right. I mean, if you would name the
would you give the? I would get a weapon for your new franchise quarterback in Mendoza. Either give him a weapon or give him some sort of offensive protection.
So the Raiders are celebrating. It's Matt Millen, Mr. Penn State himself with the pick. Good to see it. How you doing out there? It's great to be here. Let me just say, I would be remiss without bringing up the late, great Willie Brown when he would tell all of you Happy Mother's Day to remember your mother on Mother's Day. It's coming right up. All you guys, pick her to dinner, grab her some flowers, tell her you love her, and remind her that with the 38th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trayden Stoops, defensive back.
So they do get.
In the horizons in the Cowboys' ultimate process, and Strickling and Stoops. Those are the two names.
They don't go corner. They go safety. I thought maybe you give Fernando Mendoza a weapon.
The nickel someone can play is that half free safety, and some teams even thought he could kick outside and play corner.
So you flip
So that's how you
the side of the ball and go safety instead of like a weapon for Mendoza. They had to get some sort of weapon for Mendoza. I think give Mendoza a new weapon.
Fast like the process. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they decide. You mentioned Taylor Bullock, much more the center fielder. Jalen Peachy, much more the nickel safety.
But he's a good safety.
Cleveland Browns latest selection is in. The Chiefs are on the clock, and then hey, Bengals fans, your team's first up finally in the 2026 NFL Draft.
Yeah, I probably would have gone offensive line or wide receiver for the Raiders, but they decided to go safety. I mean, he's the first safety off the board in the second round, so they had their picks of the next rank, the next run of safeties. Cleveland's pick is in, and then it's the Kansas City Chiefs who is on the clock. So the Browns got a wide receiver. They got Casey Concepcion. And they got a tackle in Spencer Fano in last night's draft. So with their pick in the second round, I don't think they go quarterback. They could double dip at either wide receiver or offensive line. But I think they should focus on the defense and get either. I would say focus on the defense and get probably either a corner or an edge rusher. Find someone on the opposite side of Myers Garrett.
Notable second round draft choices. Steelers fans used to know this guy around here. George Pickens was killer last year in Dallas. Signed his franchise tag center playing there. James Cook, the leading rusher in last year's National Football League regular season campaign. That's what just named two. One Gonzalez. Texans fans celebrating with Caden McDonald. Fun stuff. Inside the draft. All the way to the front of the park and right the back. Keep it down. But it is view of the proceedings and all the fans that are here. The Browns moments ago, clapping for someone. They're clapping for somebody.
I'm going to say someone on the defensive side of the ball.
Don't leave Coach hanging. Okay, there.
You gotta follow with the backpack. When you miss the first fist count, the fist count is not enough. You gotta double that up.
I'm going to say the Browns are going defense with this pick.
What they did last night, by the way. Why not? I mean, they went, they needed to get bullets. Joe, you know, of course, that's sure. Pittsburgh, they were thinking,
He's had some style.
Yo, hello. What's up, Pittsburgh? We are here to announce the 39th pick from our Cleveland Browns. With the 39th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Denzel Boston.
No, they go Denzel Boston.
Here we go, Browns.
that's two wide receivers.
Denzel Boston is no longer on the board. He's going to Cleveland. I said they might double dip at wide receiver or offensive line, and they do double dip at wide receiver.
This year, I won't say double up, but I felt about it. All right, Denzel Boston, power forward. This is a nice compliment to what they have in KC Concepcion. KC Concepcion can work in the slot, can return kicks. Denzel Boston's going to play outside as a big, smooth, mobile,
Denzel Boston could have been and should have been probably a first-round pick. He falls to the second round, but doesn't have to wait too long. Only, 7 picks went by, and he heard his name call.
These two wide receivers, really polar opposite of how they play the game, Joe. 6'2", he is a red zone nightmare for a defense. He has 20 touchdowns of it.
6'4"?
That you just talked about at the catch point, in particular in the end zone. He competes for it, can go up the ladder. He's also a little guy. He committed originally at Washington to Jimmy Lake, stayed for Kalen DeBoer, then ultimately stayed for Jets Fish, and had a really solid career. Look at the young guns that have been brought in over the last couple of drafts.
The Chiefs' pick is in.
6 Jets to choose a wide receiver twice in the top 40 picks of a draft.
So they got Mansour Delane last night.
When you're in the second round,
Who do they go with at pick 40?
the ball going to hit.
He's Nevada, wasn't he?
It was a Chiefs pick. Yes, sir. Good call, Charles. Of course, you know that.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Head to with the 40th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select R. Mason Thomas.
There you go, all Mason Thomas, the edge.
I'll tell you what, this Chiefs team was not satisfied with how they played defense last year, specifically on third down. They were not good in that department, 29th in the league. So what have they done? They've gone out and got a corner in Delane.
Go helping that defense. All Mason Thomas is heading to Kansas City.
Energy and tenacity in R. Mason Thomas going off the edge. You see his ability, he can win up top. Or if you're going to over 7, he's going to be able to get right inside your shoulder and win on the short path to the quarterback. Someone who's got some real feel as a rusher. The power, watch him just throw the tip ball right back into the quarterback in that Auburn game. And Andy Reid, you can tell what the priority was, CD. He was not satisfied with where they were defensively. Defensive changes.
That's a good pick. They needed someone
5 defensive backs in the one draft that have propelled them towards
on that defensive line. And they got Peter Woods last night, too.
That's what it looks like they're trying to do right now, to get back to that, to give Chris Jones some help up front and get him back to being the game record.
They got Mansour Delane and Peter Woods in last night's draft. And then they came back in the second round and got all Mason Thomas.
We're leaving the draft, forces the fumble at Tennessee. Thomas picks it up, gets himself hurt on the play, but you saw everything you wanted in the terms of the hustle.
That defense was one of the best defenses in all of college football. Really led them to the college football playoff, and he had great production. 25.5 tackles for loss and 17 sacks in his career. Great effort player. He does have to avoid the injuries. He's had some injuries in each of the last 3 seasons, but when healthy, he's a dominant player.
We're waiting on 2 picks. The Saints just chose. The Dolphins are now on the clock.
The Bengals are about to make their pick as the sun is setting here in Pittsburgh. It's the Bengals' first pick and the first opportunity for Steelers fans to boo them here in this draft in Western Pennsylvania. This is defensive player.
The Cincinnati Bengals is on the clock, and their pick is already in. There goes Cassius Howell.
The Texas like Shamar Stewart last year. Go up and get Cassius Howell this year. They like to shop at the same store here. Big time fastball.
Cassius Howell is a Cincinnati Bengal.
This might be number 2 right here. Look at his ability to win early and get underneath blockers. That's that same move, that little dip and rim. And guys don't even get a hand on him as he just about pulverizes poor Nussmeier there. The counter rush, once you account for that speed, again, be able to feel that. Those shoulders get turned, and then he's going to give you a little spider crawl at the end. And then because of that speed, you can run him on a lot of stunts and games or use that athletics. Another one with short arms. We talked about that at the combine. The Bengals don't seem to care. They got a good rusher. Great bend, great tip. Kind of the Von Howell. Give me Von Miller move from Texas A&M, and then Howell, he just goes after and plays with extreme pasture. So that's the first pick of the draft for them because they added Dexter Lawrence just a couple of days before the draft. So they add 2 players to that defensive line that lost Trey Hendrickson to free agency.
The Saints pick is in.
Rapidly having screamed about how much trouble and struggles that the Steelers had in Cincinnati the last couple of years. So the Saints are now about to make that announcement. The Dolphins are midway through their first pick of the night. I mean, Marcus Colston, one of Hofstra's finest, coming out here. A 7th rounder, believe it or not, if they became an elite player. So it's the first time he's appeared in the 2nd round of his life, right?
With the 42nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Christian Miller, D tackle, Georgia.
Christian Miller is off the board.
We took the D tackles at the top, and now we've seen a couple of them. McDonald and Miller come off the board. This dude, man, he's going to be one of the first off the bus. You can see why he was a big time coveted recruit. Massive size, 321 pounds on that almost 6'4" frame. He can work through contact at the line of scrimmage and also flashes some of this quickness, slip a block and make a play in the backfield. Showing you that athleticism, the energy and the effort. They say when you talk to the coaches in Georgia, you can hear this guy in practice before you see him. He is a very boisterous, lineable guy who loves to play ball, and that's something I'm sure Coach Staley's going to enjoy coaching. I interviewed him on the radio, and you know where he did the interview from? The Stairmaster. He's actually doing the stair climber doing the interview. That's impressive. Got to get your steps in. Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, Bucks.
Dolphins are on the clock at pick 43. So the first 10 picks of the 2nd round went with the Niners going with Sterling, the wide receiver out of Mississippi. The Arizona Cardinals at 34 got Chase Besantis, the guard. Buffalo at 35 got TJ Parker. The Houston Texans at 36 got Caden McDonald, a defensive tackle. The Giants at 37 got Colton Hood, who I thought was a 1st round pick. The Giants are doing well. They're drafting well. And this is coming from a Commandos fan. They're doing well. The Las Vegas Raiders got a safety at pick 38. The Browns at 39 double dipped at wide receiver and went Denzel Boston, 6'4". The Kansas City Chiefs at 40 went Mason Thomas, the edge out of Oklahoma. The Cincinnati Bengals at 41, their first pick in this NFL draft, went Cassius Howell, edge out of Texas A&M. And then the Saints, who just picked Christian Miller, who is a defensive tackle out of Georgia. Dolphins pick is in. The Jets are now on the clock. I mean, whoever's going to be the starting quarterback this season for the Cleveland Browns, if it's Deshaun Watson or it's Shedeur Sanders, they get two new weapons to throw to, and Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion in the first round. And they got an offensive tackle in Spencer Fano. They're going all offense so far this draft.
It's that trade. The Jets just traded Dallas for the Houston Texans. And the Texans have moved up again. The Texans keep trading up. They're on the clock. It says it gives us the choice on the clock. We're trying to figure this thing out here. Ian, take it away about some quarterbacks that are still on the board.
Carson Beck's still on the board. Actually, all of the quarterbacks except for the top two still on the board. The fact that the Arizona Cardinals did not throw quarterback early tonight does make you wonder how long of a wait it's going to be at the Miami Dolphins, who did all the quarterback work. Don't take one here. The Jets you just mentioned traded out. It could be a longer wait than we thought for Carson Beck. Drew Allen, are you talking?
I'm actually mentioning the Lions are the team that just traded up with the Jets 6 spots.
The Jets trade out of this pick?
43rd overall. Last night, Caden Proctor, there's the first pick of the John Eric.
The Lions traded up with the Jets.
Florida, the tackle out of Alabama, and then using the choice that they got from Denver, trading them Jalen. They moved up 3 spots and took the corner out of San Diego State.
I think Miami needs to draft a wide receiver.
So they've got tackle and corner. This is a team that we would think is in need of a wide receiver in the draft. Let's see what they do here. The Jack Stevenson. That's an extra pick. There's double check.
All right, hello everyone. Paul fans out there. With the 43rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jacob Rodriguez.
They got Jacob Rodriguez?
So they're going defensive game.
I was hoping that he falls to Carolina. Man.
Let's tell the story here in a minute, but I know one thing about him. That's the football player. It's a video game. It's Mike Tyson's punch out. Because when you watch him play, all he does is force fumble after fumble after fumble. 7 forced fumbles this year to go along with 4 interceptions. And watch how accurate he is with this punch. Miami Dolphins are going to get some turnovers off of this. I mean, it is accurate.
Yeah, Jacob Rodriguez is a beast. Man.
Just during the season, he did it at the Senior Bowl as well in practices. He just has a knack for it. So beware, if you are a running back in the AFC East playing against the Miami Dolphins, you better have 5 points of pressure on that pass, Charles.
He might need 10. All right, and don't forget who he's married. Ms. Emma Rodriguez, who is a Black Hawk helicopter pilot. So when he comes home, meets the witness and says, yes, Absolutely, because he's done his work on the field. He's going to come home, but he's going to take care of business with him. And if you don't get it right, that couple coming at you, look out. Yeah. Remember, Joel, high school quarterback. Yep. Switched to linebacker. Got better throughout his career.
Wow.
Kind of fitting. He put a little wildcat quarterback too at Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he was the quarterback at Virginia, then a wide receiver, then walked on at Texas Tech, becomes an All-American Buckus Award.
Man, good pick, Miami. Good pick.
He showed a video of the peanut punch, and immediately, that's exactly so. Jacob Rodriguez the next day, all he did, punching the football out.
The Jets get a fourth round pick this year.
Montgomery trade in Houston, and now that brings Calvin Johnson up to make the. Here's what he said. Here's on my shirt today. I think it's
What up, go, Pittsburgh? With the 44th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Derek Moore, defensive end, Michigan.
Rich. Hey, we're going to the chat.
The edge rushers are coming off the board. The Lions traded up from the Jets spot. The Lions traded up with the Jets to pick Derek Moore, the edge out of Michigan.
Hands your chest, and he's going to try and run you right back to the quarterback. And then if he gets to an edge, he's just going to pry open that outside shoulder and flaps to finish. Here he is at the center. Look at the outside here against the tight end. He doesn't even have to make the tackle. He just runs the four tight end into the ball period, tackle them both. And then the edge rush, here he is working against Markel Bell, one of the biggest linemen, the biggest lineman in the entire draft class, and put him right up the top. So you've got one edge rusher from Michigan on the other side, and he's going to provide some serious power opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, 10 sacks, and he was a captain for that team. You know that they run that Ravens.
They finally got a running mate across from Aiden Hutchinson, though. So that's a plus.
What Derek Moore was able to give them as well. Well, his old defensive coordinator at Michigan is now on the clock. Yet another pick as the new head coach of the Ravens. The Bucks, Colts, and Falcons entering the draft for the first half.
Yeah. Kind of bummed. I thought Jacob Rodriguez would have fallen a little bit to Carolina at 51. Nope, he goes 43 to Miami. That was a good pick, Miami. Jacob Rodriguez is one heck of a linebacker. The Lions traded up with the Jets, and they had to give up a fourth round pick this year to go up from pick 50 to pick 44, and they go Derek Moore, the edge out of Michigan, to give Aiden Hutchinson, the edge across from Aiden Hutchinson. Give Aiden Hutchinson a running mate. Ravens pick is already in. Tampa's on the clock.
Now on the clock, they're playing the count. It's week 3, September 27th. For the first ever game for the NFL in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, at the iconic
Wow, that'll be a good game. I'm hoping for a Ravens victory because,
I think I've said that.
as a Commanders fan, I do not like the Cowboys.
Better than the Ravens and Cowboys sounds like a Yanks Robo game. You just CBS. CBS 425. That's a lot. It's over last year for a ball game. Oh, jeez.
Okay, so the Ravens pick us in. They got the best guard in the class in their first pick last night.
Who's the loudest by Steelers fans? Yeah, that's the right one. No Bengals. There was history in there, but it's really ball. It's real. Okay. So the Lions just chose Derek Moore out of Michigan. We're waiting on the Ravens announcement. Then there's the Bucs, and then there's the Colts. I believe McAfee's announcing the Colts pick, so they shall be in continue. Here's the news.
Is that Mark Ingram? Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. Can't see the face. Look at this person in Seattle, Pittsburgh. Yeah, oh boy.
Right. Giving a special shout out to these young women standing alongside me tonight who have been playing flag football at the high school level in Maryland. Thanks to the efforts from Mount Baltimore Ravens and the MPSSAA, they launched a program in 2023 that can make this day possible. They are here today celebrating a state sanction that passed for high school girls flag football in Maryland, officially making it the state championship sport. Congratulations. And with the 45th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zion Young.
They got a line. They got an edge. They got Zion Young out of Missouri.
Physical centers against the run who are going to play heavy-handed and play with power as pass rushers. Now McPhee and Bud Dupree. We can go that shootout. We can go all the way back to Suggs, a little more Woodlawn, but again, someone who is very strong at the point of attack. Zion Young, he's going to knock you back, especially if you can give him a little bit of a runway. They get a little bit to get this little bit going. They get really not get it back. Here's the power. He's able to work through it. Targets. And you're not going to block it. I forget. You better bring it because he skates tight ends on a consistent basis. Here's some of that power we discussed. CD. You saw that in Mobile and the line these rushes. It's a unique class in that these pass rushes primarily it's power. You've got a couple of speed guys that saw earlier tonight, but the majority of these guys are heavy-handed power rushers, which means there's room for them to last rushers because the power works very well in college, not as much consistently in the NFL level. But that's what Zion Young's about, Joel. He wants to shock you out of the gate and set the zone and trade off with that. That defense,
The Ravens defense.
Baltimore fans.
That's a Raven. That's a Ravens. That's a Ravens player right there. Mm-hmm.
Know what to do with that. So that's your latest Ravens pick. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we have not heard from them since they drafted Reuben Bain right in the middle of the first round last. Here comes Rondé Barber at the latest pick. I thought the way he revolutionized what you do at the corner position. All right, I'm going to take off my host and put on my upside. How about that? All right, the Bucs with the 46th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. And I am very, very happy to say this because I may make some Philadelphia fans a little bit upset. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select
Josiah Trotter, linebacker, Missouri.
Oh, they got Trotter. Okay.
Big linebacker. And he's an explosive striker. And he mentioned this is the family business. And you see that, especially in the run defense. He's someone that when you're watching him, Charles, when he pulls the trigger and goes, he can really get you. Now,
Another Trotter is in the NFL.
It's to continue to grow and develop. But he's going to be able to control the run game. That's his calling card. Yeah, absolutely. Trevor came out of Clemson up to Philadelphia. Wearing 54 that his dad made famous there. Now Ozone gets a charge his own path in Tampa Bay with another former Florida head coach, Not Bayless.
That's awesome. Love it. The reason why the Steelers faithful are all excited right now, and you heard a cheer during all that, I think they were cheering your excellent analysis. Boys, I like it all the time. Rich, I didn't think of it once until I that the Steelers just traded for this pick.
Oh, so you just crushed my hopes and I'm sorry. That's okay.
Maybe what's close to the hopes of Colts fans to see their first choice of this draft, but they just traded down all the way down 6 spots. And now they got a Steelers.
Steelers pick is in. They just traded this. They just traded into this pick, and they're already
6 spots and delayed the first pick of the draft and get all the Steelers fans who are here of all ages all excited, leaving those towers again. Yeah, I'm just looking through my top 50 list. Offensively, they only got one player left, that Jeremy Bernard. When you get into the defensive sector, there's a lot of players to pick from. So if you're playing that game, CD, you could look in that direction. They're waiting for McCoy to come out the door. That's when somebody's got to get comfortable with the knee.
Right, because the knee injury last year was Will Johnson with Michigan. And he's up going down to what, 47, 48 before he came off the board and he slid down there.
did they get a wide receiver?
Be that way right now.
And don't forget that they were planning to choose Makai Lemon until Hal Roseman moved that hard for the eastern part of the country, but they chose a tackle.
This has to be a wide receiver then, right?
Here.
Well, now there's a lot of the same things that Lemon does. Maybe play ins. Except there's 2 trees on the outside and Pittman and Metcalf.
Let's see if this is the pick. But the Falcons are the clock to make their first choice of the tournament.
Good evening, everybody. With the 47th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jeremy Bernard.
It is Bernard, wide receiver out of Alabama. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler. They lost out on Malachi Lemon after Philadelphia jumped above him and picked him. Now they got Jeremy Bernard.
Good one, Chaz. Nice. Charleston, the toughness was still appreciated this time. He's instinctive and incredibly smart. When you talk to the folks in Alabama and you talk to the Texans, there's a chance to meet about the intelligence journey of all the things they can do with it and the toughness that he brings. You see it as a blocker, and you see it in his ability to win in the middle of the.
We kind of knew Pittsburgh was going to go wide receiver at some point, especially since they missed out on Malachi Lemon.
And you see it with some of this physical yak that he gives you. Break and tackle, stiff arms, fight for extra yards. Think about that in that stadium that's right behind us. And the creativity, you want to be able to flip in the ball and reverse. And what about Wildcat, which they get some there at Alabama? He's going to expand your playbook. And for not getting Makai Lemon, I think this is a heck of a rebound to turn around and get Jeremy Bernard. He's got great awareness in the middle of the field. And a lot of those flips, you can see him settling down in space. He's got that idea of where the coverage is, where he can settle down, create a target for his fullback, led the team in receptions each of the last 2 years of Alabama. That's even with Brian Williams there. This is a really good player. And like you said, it was your last.
That wide receiver room, Bernard, DK Metcalf, they traded for Michael Pittman Jr.
This is my board the most top 10 would be Makai Lemon, so they can get them Makai Lemon like this, and we'll be just doing coaching in Washington. Because Jeremy Bernard started his career up there at UW before he goes down to Bend, but he's receivers from Washington. Are really showing out here in the NFL. Nice moment for the Steelers fans, Preston's fans, social willing. When we come back here first, for this draft will be announced. Vikings on the clock, right after them. We're not going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it was obvious that Pittsburgh was going to drop the receiver at some point. The Falcons pick is in, and the Vikings are on the clock. There's some good players already coming off the board. Just 15 picks in. You got the Niners going wide receiver, Stribling. You got the Arizona Cardinals at 34 going Chase Basantis, the guard out of Texas A&M. Buffalo at 35 went T.J. Parker. The Texans at 36 went Caden McDonald. The Giants at 37 went with Colton Hood. The Raiders at 38 got a safety. The Browns at 39 double dipped at wide receiver and got Denzel Boston. The Kansas City Chiefs at pick 40 got Mason Thomas, the edge out of Oklahoma. At pick 41, the Bengals got Cassius Howell with their first pick of this draft. With pick 42, the Saints got Kristen Miller, defensive tackle. The Miami Dolphins got linebacker Jacob Rodriguez at pick 43. The Lions at pick 44 got Derek Moore. The Ravens at 45 got Zion Young. Tampa at 46 got Joshua Trotter. And the Pittsburgh Steelers just got Jermaine Bernard. And now the Falcons pick is in. Let's see what the Falcons do at 48.
Now let's get down to business. With the 48th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select from the bloodline, Avion Terrell.
Wow. Terrell is going back with his brother.
I mean, for the moment, this is at the family event. Look where they're from. Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, this is great. Teammates, brothers.
They're teammates again. But they are teammates. I don't know if they were teammates in college. I don't think they were, but they're teammates again in the NFL, though.
On six, for a race then. They got to wear a split jersey, just one jersey. And He's a pretty darn good. He's a good player. It's my top 50. And he's quick-footed.
Yeah, I had Terrell go in the first round. And Atlanta got him at pick 48.
And you can see it in all of his movement. It's very tough and tasty. Bigger feeling.
He plays with his brother now with the Atlanta Falcons. What a pick.
In 2020, very was celebrating his brother being selected the 16th overall pick of the 2020 draft at his draft party, and now here's his brother in his draft party, celebrating him being the 16th pick of the second round.
The Panthers is traded up.
Then those two together in the secondary, it won't necessarily be one on one side, one on the other. Be one on.
Could we see a defensive lineman?
And he's a heck of a blitzer. He is a really good blitzer.
I mean, there's a reason why Carolina just traded up a couple spots.
He's kind of like a light version of Jacob Rodriguez in terms of the forced fumbles. He had a lot of production. He had 8 forced fumbles, so this guy's got the production. But I agree with you, Charles. In the slot, I think he was great because of that blitzing acumen, getting into the backfield and being disruptive. That's so cool. It really is so cool. I mean, Matt Ryan celebrating. I mean, Arthur Blank got a lot of it. You know, I mean, the PR staff's got a lot of it. I mean, who doesn't love?
What do the Panthers have to give up to move up?
Based on what you reported yesterday, Rick, one piece of that puzzle may get reinserted. Yes, correct. James Pierce, everything goes correctly for him.
Who does the Panthers pick at 49? We just traded up.
Just moved up 2 spots. The Vikings traded down. Stephon Gilmore. Yeah, that is fired. Same team as his brother. Good stuff. Football is family, they say. The Jets are now on the clock for the 50. Carolina paying for his.
Oh, are we going to get McNeil Warren, the safety? Or CJ Allen? If we can get CJ Allen or McNeil Warren, I'll be happy. Or even Pons.
January 3 on tackle out of Georgia. All those scouting hurts. That's an elite mark right there. Don't sleep on that. That is legit. That's twice. One of the things.
Those are the 3 options I would like.
It seems like the party was in the front there too. All right, so here comes Carolina Panthers pick chips. It's everybody. Get ready for some kick chip. Good evening, Pittsburgh. With the 49th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the reigning NFC South champions, Carolina Panthers, select Lee Hunter, nose tackle, Texas Tech. Keep pounding. They got themselves a big nose tackle, and that first one,
Okay.
I could not see it. I was like, what's wrong with this guy? Why is there not more buzz and more talk?
We traded up for Lee Hunter. He's a
This is the very first play of the game. Tell me if this looks good.
nose tackle.
And then the running back for a tackle for Ross, and he made plays throughout this entire game. Look at him working sideline to sideline here.
I'm not mad at it.
Here he is at the Senior Bowl. What he was able to keep his pads low. That was his whole challenge. Keep your pads low. They couldn't block him. I mean, he was so explosive. Now, Travis, I don't understand how in the world his vertical jump was as low as it was. I know that's a lot of people. I don't let it bother you. This guy plays with explosion. Yeah,
We got a tackle in the first round and a defensive tackle in the second round. We got linemen. We got offensive linemen and defensive linemen with our 2 first picks of the 2026 draft. So with the 2 Panthers picks so far in this draft, it was Monroe Freeling in the first round, and we traded up for Lee Hunter in the second round. I think getting someone right next to getting another defensive tackle Yeah. I'm not mad at it. I mean, Lee Hunter was probably one of the best defensive tackles remaining on the board. I mean, I probably would have gone Pons or the safety out of Toledo to pair with. Actually, never mind. We don't really need a safety because we got Lathan Ransom that we drafted last year, and then we picked up a safety last off season that played really well this past season. I probably would have gone Pons, but I could see why we went defensive tackle here with this pick. You know, make that defensive line even better. You know, build from the inside out, and that's what Carolina's doing. We'll see how he fits in the system and how much playing time he gets. But what did we have to give up to go up 2 spots to get Lee Hunter? That's what I want to know. If we had to give up a day 3 pick, then that's fine. If we had to give up a 3rd round pick, then I would say this is not. I want to see what did we have to give up.
Defensive player for themselves. It's the first defensive player taken, with one of only 13 taken last night. 13 to the left, 15 picks to have.
So the Vikings got the 2nd round pick. So the Vikings got this pick and a 2026 6th round pick. And we got the 49th pick, which was the nose tackle Lee Hunter, and we get their 5th round pick. Okay, that's fine.
Listen, I grew up in a little town not too far from here called Homewood. And so I just want to take a brief moment to thank many of you in this crowd tonight, but the entire city of Pittsburgh for all of the love and support that you've given me throughout my career. Thank you. Now, with the 50th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select D'Angelo Pons.
There goes Pons.
Here. I love it. My 50th player was the 50th pick, and his cup was a 2 head coach. Thank you, draft guys, for giving me this. Much well done. So he plays
I kind of wanted Pons in Carolina.
not small. He plays with unbelievable eyes and instincts. He is physical. He is feisty. He is tough. Put the shoulder around. I think Aaron Glenn likes. How about the energy and the effort that he plays with? It's inspiring to his teammates. He was the life source for that Indiana team. Here he is at the combine. Let's lock him up. Just lock him up there. Let's get him to the I thank you. The football series show was there some discussion for the he's one of my favorite players that I got to cover last
I really like what the Jets are doing. They got David Bailey at 2.
Brock Haynes, their defensive
I like what the Jets are doing. They got David Bailey at 2. They got Kenan Sadiq at 16. They traded back into the first round and got Omar Cooper Jr. And they just got D'Angelo Pons at pick 50. You get 2 defensive players, and then you give your quarterback of the franchise in next year's draft a few weapons. I mean, as of right now, for this upcoming season, you give Geno Smith some really good weapons in Kenan Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr. I mean, and the Jets defense, they're doing well on the defensive side of the ball now too. It's just, can they actually get some picks? D'Angelo Pons hopefully can give you a couple picks.
So perfect. All the things you brought up, Joe, but the bottom line is this youngster is going to bring a professionalism that the Jets sorely need. And so, and if you're a team that really does need help every year, having 4 picks at the top 50 of the draft is one way to do it. And you can also choose national champion players, which they did with their last 2 choices. By the way, congratulations, 45 of your top 50 were 45 at the top 50 of this actual draft, Daniel. You're now on pick 51 of the Vikings.
Skull Vikes. With the 51st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati.
Another linebacker off the board. I could see that's a good Vikings pick.
You see that speed and you see the physicality.
6'4.5", 240 pounds.
To go with some of that range off the edge, swiftly and rush at times, that versatility. You know, you think about Vignerex going back to the Cowboys is another one you can have in the CV. So again, we saw these long range linebackers. Sonny Styles goes off the board in the top 10. Another version of that here in the second round.
And you talk about that range, being able to cover in the passing game, carry those people down the field, get up underneath them. And that's a tougher throw for the quarterback trying to get over a big target like Golday. Plus, he makes a lot of tackles.
Another one of these guys that just developed, right? He was a no-star recruit. He was 6'4", 190, Rich. And he goes to Central Arkansas, develops himself into a really great all Big 12 linebacker.
The Vikings got 2 defensive pieces. Caleb.
The Green Bay Packers, and then the first pick for the Colts.
The Vikings got 2 defensive pieces. They got a defensive tackle in the first round, and then they come back in the second round and get a linebacker. We're nearing the end of the second round already. So going back up to the first pick of the second round, the San Francisco 49ers got Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver. At 34, the Arizona Cardinals got Chase Basantis, a guard. The Buffalo Bills got TJ Parker. The Houston Texans at 36 got Caden McDonald. The Giants at pick 37 got Colton Hood. The Las Vegas Raiders at 38 got a safety. The Browns at pick 39 went with Denzel Boston. They double dipped at wide receiver. At pick 40, the Chiefs went all Mason Thomas. The Cincinnati Bengals at 41 went Cassius Howell. At 42, the Saints went Christian Miller. The Miami Dolphins got Jacob Rodriguez at 43. At 44, the Lions got Derek Moore. The Ravens at 45 got Zion Young. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers got Joshua Trotter at 46. The Pittsburgh Steelers lost out on Malachi Lemon to Philly. And at 47, they went ahead and got Jeremy Bernard at 47. The Falcons at 48 got the brother of AJ Terrell. So they were back together again, playing in Atlanta. At 49, the Panthers traded up and got nose tackle Lee Hunter. At pick 50, the Jets got D'Angelo Pons. At 51, the Vikings got Jack Goldie. Goldie? Jack Goldie? The Vikings got a linebacker out of Cincinnati, 6'4.5", 240 pounds, and he can move. He's not slow. Packers pick is in, and then the Colts are on the clock.
And then TJ Parker went to the Bears for their first pick, the edge at a person in the only offensive plays since then. Two wide receivers. Brings out Boston of Washington went to the Browns. And Jimmy Bernard of Alabama went to the Steelers. And everybody else has been defensive players. Let's see where the Packers go. First pick of this game. Saying,
It is my esteemed pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur, and the millions of Packer fans across the world. With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cisse, defensive back, South Carolina.
Brandon Sis goes to Green Bay.
This is going to be a big round for the secondary, and we're seeing it continue to play out. And
Cisse? Is it Brandon Cisse goes to the Green Bay Packers at 52.
Tim, he's someone that plays even faster than that 4.4 one time you saw in the game. I was actually surprised he didn't run in the low 4.3s. He's got legit speed. You want to see him be a little more consistent with his hands. When he uses his hands and press, he can be outstanding. You see him with his hands real low here. I like to see him land those hand three-route guys a little more consistently, but he's been so athletic and he's so fast, he's been able to cover up for it. A real fluid, smooth mover. You see the ability to plant and drive on balls in the front. And here's why I thought he would run so fast. You look at these jumps. He jump over 40 inches in the vertical.
41-inch vertical jump?
He's a big-time explosive athlete.
And the South Carolina Gamecocks prediction, the corner is pretty darn good right now. Maybe J.C. Horn, Stephon Gilmore, former NFL defensive player of the year. And for Green Bay, remember a guy named Sterling Sharp came out of South Carolina.
Nice.
Did pretty well for the Packers.
I'm just looking at our researcher, Jack Andre.
That's their first pick.
Desist. Would that be the greatest name for two corners?
Well, they just
saying desist.
They just someone said juice. Can we work it in somehow?
Pat McAfee is announcing the Colts selection. What is he gonna do? What is he gonna say?
Yins are getting tired. Are you users getting exhausted from so much football celebration or no? Zero arrests last night in the NFL draft qualifying. Pittsburgh Rangers, congratulations. Now, the Indianapolis Colts first-round draft pick was Sauce Gardner, and he's better than all of your first-round picks for sure. The Indianapolis Colts have not won the AFC South in 12 years. That changes This year, Jim Irsay from the football heavens cured Daniel Jones's torn Achilles. Michael Pittman got sent to the Steelers, and in return, we got football gods with the 53rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The AFC South Kings, Indianapolis Colts select CJ Allen, linebacker.
They got CJ Allen? That's the guy I wanted Carolina to go get.
The defense, see CJ Allen there, very emotional.
I had CJ Allen mocked to Carolina in the first round.
He falls into the
And Carolina traded up to get Lee Hunter a nose tackle.
and Chris Bauer. This is someone who established himself as
I wanted Carolina to get CJ Allen.
he didn't have any issues. He's very quick.
He's a good linebacker.
He gave his way towards the football. He was a tackle machine for that Bulldog defense. Here's the closing burst. That pro day for him was very late in the process, and I thought maybe he lost a little ground because it took so long for him to get out there. He ran really fast, and you can see it in his tape. Here's some of those zone instincts and coverage. I think he's got a chance to be the best off the ball linebacker in this entire draft class. And that's saying something, but that's the type of talent that he possesses, Charles. And much more of a pure off the ball linebacker. When we're talking about styles, race, we're talking about guys who do a few more things that way. But Joel.
Yeah, I liked CJ Allen coming out of the draft.
Remember, they just lost their tackle machine in Zaire Franklin, who's putting up 100.5.
Well, that's a great replacement for Franklin then.
The people in Georgia would say he was the heart and soul of
Man.
the defense. You talked about how early he saw the field for purpose.
Man.
Easy to do. He made a name
The Colts got a good one.
His two-person year and ended up starting 5 games late in that true freshman year. Not sure if it's like a work ethic he has from a young age. You know, Roquan Smith's 3 at Georgia. Well, the Philadelphia Eagles latest.
Eagles pick is in.
That's what this has been called this.
With the 54th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the 2-time champions and reigning NFC East champions, Philadelphia Eagles select Eli Stowers.
They get a tight end. They got the second best tight end in this class.
That's determined by the National Football Foundation. Well, this is someone, we're going to talk about tight end. To me,
6'4", 240.
he plays a little bit like A.J. Brown in terms of what he can do out in the open field. See him running here. At 239 pounds, he ran just around 4.5 flat and jumped over 45 inches. He's got unbelievable ability to adjust with his hands down the field. He can really pluck absorb contact, those combat catches, as we call them. He's adept at those, and then the route polish. This is a receiver route. This is not someone who's running a route like a tight end. He's got real great feel for it. Here he is, and no wonder why the vertical was what it was. Yeah, Dick Fosbury taught us how to do that. He done perfected Eli Stowers did. Remember, as Joel, as you know, former quarterback and really made the switch to tight end at New Mexico State, where his quarterback was.
The Eagles are getting weapons. They got Malachi Lemon.
And the Eagles, all their type.
They're all getting weapons. They got Malachi Lemon in the first round, and they just got the second best tight end in the draft in Eli Stovers. Wow. Howie Roseman, come on. Patriots pick is in. Jags are on the clock. I wonder if New England would draft a wide receiver in this draft, or they're 100% know that they're getting AJ Brown at some point via Philly.
Flipped in the direction of California.
The Patriots made a big trade from 63 to 55.
To 55 to make this pick here in Pittsburgh here. Oh, look at Life Steelers fans. There's an actual Patriot logo on the city state. My goodness gracious. Let's send things to the city.
Who does New England pick? They traded a decent amount of.
Since from United States service member is stationed at our nation's capital.
Marines have defended freedom on land from Tennessee with courage and sacrifice.
And preserve that freedom and on the skies.
For 250 years, soldiers have answered the call, winning independence and preserving it. Sailors project America's strength across every ocean around the world. On a new frontier, Guardians defend what keeps our republic secure. Since 1941, the USO has supported service members and their families at home and abroad.
Back to you in Pittsburgh.
What does New England pick?
States military and for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 55th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Gabe Akis, linebacker, Illinois.
This is a really big player. Captain for Illinois, wrestler background. You can see it on the field.
Okay. I mean that's a lot of that's a huge jump from 63 to 55.
Henry, their defensive coordinator. And this is a guy that gets after the passer, which they need in that division, obviously, with Josh Allen. He's got steady power. You constantly see him on the field or on the film, and then even when you call him the games, he's constantly in the backfield because of those heavy hands, CD. Really good player because you constantly see his effort as well. Again, great team leader and a guy that will be productive in the backfield.
Kind of typifies with Brett Field that was brought to Illinois, right? The type of player you want. And there's no accident when you talk about these wrestlers.
27 sacks in his college career though. That's good.
He's really tough.
College wrestler as well.
We have a trade. The Philadelphia Eagles have now traded for Minnesota standout edge Jonathan Bernard, according to me and Adam Schefter. The first time that phrase has ever been on national television. Bernard, I should also say, it's a 4-year, $100 million contract.
Wow.
guaranteed in a deal done by agent Rosenhaus. The Minnesota Vikings acquire a 3 and a future 3 for the star pass rusher, Rich.
All right, thanks very much. Ian Rappaport. And I could tell Adam Schefter, congratulations to him as well. He's right next to it.
Go ahead and do it.
Oh, that's all right. He's busy.
The Eagles just traded for Jonathan Gennard and gave up this year's third and next year's third to do it, and they signed him to a $100 million contract.
A first round pick that was year from this year's draft to do it. So they're now the second to last team to pick in this draft. After this pick, right now for the Jaguars, the Broncos are the last team that made a pick in 2026.
With the 56th pick in 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Nate Horkacher, tight end, Texas A&M.
Another tight end is off the board.
Because of the connectivity there. And you look at the Rams, all the time they spent in 13 personnel.
The Jags just drafted a tight end out of Texas A&M.
Here he's 24 years old, but he is a hand in the ground wide tight end. He can block, and he's going to be able to help in the run game, as well as just a steady, dependable, reliable pass catcher. Not really a mismatch type player, CD.
You're not looking to move tight end. He is the absolute opposite of what you're getting out of Eli Dallas, who's listed as a tight end and is mainly a receiver. Kircher is much more the old school, wide tight end, block people, make the occasional catch. The production is not huge.
Now let's take a break and come back. The Bears latest production. The 49ers are on the clock right now.
Cowboys also traded for D. Winters from the 49ers in exchange for number 152. So the Cowboys get D. Winters. San Francisco gets a 5th round pick. So the D. Winters is now a Dallas Cowboy. And they had the breaking news about Jonathan Gennard going to Philadelphia and signing a 4-year, I think it was a 3 or 4-year contract with $100 million. So the Eagles got Jonathan Kennard, and they signed to a 4-year, $100 million contract with $50 million guaranteed, and they get a 7th-round pick. And the Vikings get this year's 3rd-round pick and next year's 3rd-round pick from Philly. Wow.
Story that Philadelphia got from losing Milton Williams to the Patriots. So that loss of Williams pays a little dividends here for the Eagles to flip that to the Vikings and get Jonathan from top notch pass rusher of his own. And, you know, as we know, locked themselves some pass rushers in Philadelphia. And the Vikings were picked twice in a row. The end of the 3rd round, since they have the 97th overall pick, they got the 98th as well. That's what we call their housekeeping. About that, you know, the Bears picked twice in the next 4.
Yeah, offensive line, to me, they might look at tackle because of the injury to Ozzie Trapillo late in the season. Has a patella injury. That's a big time injury. So I would be surprised if that's a direction they look at with one of these 2 picks.
Makes a lot of sense because they've been talking about that offensive line. Darnell Wright against.
I think Chicago could go offensive line, and then for the next pick, either a corner or like a wide receiver or something.
In the 40 network, Brains moved all the way up from the 3rd round to take the Niners pick that's going to be announced shortly after the Bears get their picking. It's going to be announced by Pittsburgh Panther with his own. Just to hear, it's Jimbo Clifford with the Bears' latest selection.
Let's see what Chicago does.
Gold jackets.
Hey, Chris, what's going on? Where's those Bear fans at?
Get the right there, Jimbo. Right there on the screen.
Looking those cheese grater hats, my man. Grate that cheese right up. With the 57th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Logan Jones, center, Iowa.
They do go with a center because the other center retired.
Shot right now. This is a day 1 starter center, and you think about the loss with Dolman. I know that Brian Bradbury, but he's going to have some competition here with Logan Jones. A little bit older, he's 24 years old. Arrived as a defensive lineman, they kicked over to the offensive line. He's got excellent.
They needed to get a new center because Dahlman retired.
He's excellent.
6'3", 300 pounds. He's probably one of the best centers in this class.
Great is, but Joel, you've seen this young man. Seems to me he might be a little more stout in the middle lately instead of taking on those bigger guys, as opposed to Bradbury, who's much more of a mover.
Well, he set an Iowa record with an over 700-pound squat. You know, you set records in Iowa.
So you're thinking maybe he can act a little bit.
It's funny, by the way, he was the centerpiece, the Remington Award winner, the best center in the country for the Joe Moore Award winner, offensive line, best offensive line.
Brown's pick is in.
Less. Seen of those? Penalty free. You know, like this guy plays clean in the middle.
Iowa produces offensive linemen like the Padres produce closers. But that's just some things in life you know that can be certain.
Nick Saban lived in the secondary when he coached as a head coach. He lived in the secondary.
Who's coaching as a head coach of Alabama?
Right. What do you think the Browns pocket into, Jeets?
I'm curious, but I'm gonna have to get some answers from Ian on why my top-rated players still floating around out there.
Righty.
You know, Zero wanted to answer why
Joe Hayden's back for return engagement.
This is not going to be a wide receiver, right?
With the 58th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
They got the safety? Oh, come on.
Different. It's just my opinion. Everybody sees players differently. But just from what I saw from players,
He's the second best safety in this class. And he falls all the way to Cleveland at 58.
15, and then you get my 15th overall player at this point.
That's a steal for Cleveland.
my opinion. You talk about a physical presence, someone who can, he has the hammer in the middle of the field, and he's a turnover machine. We've seen this on a few guys today, the ability to punch the football out, several forced fumbles throughout his career, and he can take the ball away as well. Look at his ability to range over the sideline here. You want to play him in the deep half, he can do some of that. You want to play him underneath, he has the ability to find and locate trouble underneath as well. So, hey, thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up from my standpoint.
Yeah, that's a good pick for Cleveland. That's their first defensive pick in this draft. They've gone all offense before that pick.
Selling yourself short. You're a tremendous. I've been telling this and that celebration for like 30 years. You know what's crazy right now? Actually, your dream before I just set my dream out. Rich, I'm out running over the three shots. You know, we discussed. Okay, you go Judge Schmales on us. All right. The Texans pick is in, and we're about to go have a Fresca. All right, that's not. So the Texans are now moving in here, 59th overall, and then the Titans just trade up with the Bears themselves from the third round to come up and take the 60th overall pick. But here are the Texans.
Let's see what they do.
We're good. What a great opportunity to announce a pick for the best team in Texas. Oh boy. Oh boy. Last time the commissioner took my opportunity to talk, so I definitely have to say hello to my two children, Jane and Celeste. Give a shout out to the Care League, Lassie, Black East, Bushwood Elite, and the Winning Heirs. This is special to me because I know this kid personally, which is ironic. It's the 59th pick for the Houston Texans. They select Marlon Klein. Tight end, University of Michigan.
Another tight end off the board.
From Germany. That's where he grew up. He's got size and speed. And just
6'6", 250 pounds.
He can move. Here he is, the ability to stretch the seam. Now remember, he had Colston Love on there previously, so you don't have that long track record of a ton of production, but you can see it in flashes here. He's got real soft hands, and he can run. When you look at what he ran before, he ran a 4.61 almost in the 4.5s, and you can see it here. He's real sudden in his movement.
That's a nice route. He has good route running for a tight end.
How cool is this picture right here, Rich? I'll let you take that one. Oh, yeah, that's the Glockners of the Orlando Magic Club now. This is after Marlon Klein early on to 144. Michigan Stellar in the second round over Ohio State. I'm just a Friday guy, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know what happened last night. You tell me. I got that Billy Miller getting a little strained to commit. I know. Well, still, you know,
And the Titans pick is now in. They traded up with Chicago, and the Rams are on the clock. The second round is almost done. We're already almost done with the second round. And it's not even 9 o'clock yet. So we have the Titans, Rams, Broncos, Chargers, and Seahawks. And the second round will be done. Yeah, this draft is definitely flying by. The Browns got the second best safety in the class.
Some concern of a degeneration of his knee, degenerative knee injury, I should say, the meniscus. Similar situation here. Obviously, McCoy did not play because of the ACL. That is not what this is about. The ACL is fine. He did drills at a pro day. He is okay. This is about teams wondering if there are going to be long-term issues on his knee. And actually, colleague Tom Pellicer has also reported that the bone plug after knee surgery might need to be replaced, might need a second surgery. That is why he has fallen.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that. Okay, so the Tennessee Titans, they moved from the second into the first. Now they moved from the third into the second. He was moving all over the place, and now here's Jeffrey Simmons with the pick.
I understand. What's up?
Let's see what the Titans pick.
With the in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Anthony Hill Jr.
Another linebacker off the board.
Like we talked about all these off the ball linebackers at the top, and here they go. They're all going off the board. Real rangy, dynamic athlete who's real fluid in space and also can rush a little bit as a pass rusher and a blitzer. Here's the ability to read and burst. He tested extremely well. Ended up running 4.51 with a 37-inch vertical. That tells you what type of athlete he is. And when he hits you, he brings his speed on.
He's a good linebacker. That's going to fit Robert Sala's defense nicely.
These linebackers, that was a zone dropper. He was as good as anyone in this entire draft. He's clear to read and make plays in pass coverage. And here's some of that speed. Talked about his pass rush production.
And he has some speed on him.
Different things for this Tennessee Titans defense. Be interesting to see what they decide to do with him and how they do it, because their leading tackler from last year, Gray, who came out of North Carolina, he's still around. He tackled everybody last year, but Anthony Hill, I think, a little bit better of an athlete. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do. They adding up Vontae Taylor. Do you play him in the nickel or do you play him outside?
They got Kendrick Falk at 31 last night, too.
Become the double-digit sack guy you expect, because he will be playing off with Jeffrey Simmons, trading rubble inside.
Rams pick is in.
Compete for this draft. There's man aboard. Yeah, Alice, Lex, watchful eye. You got the thing, man. This answer to the question. It's Tavon Austin with the pick.
St. Louis. I stand by y'all, St. Louis. With the 61st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the LA Rams select Max Clare, tight end from the...
Another tight end off the board.
Well, they love tight ends with the Rams. Sports 13 personnel playing with 3 tight ends. They've got Parkinson, they've got Ferguson, they've got Higbee, they've got Davis Allen, and now you add...
They have a lot of tight ends on their own roster.
I thought you could see a little bit more of the athleticism and run after catch ability. At Ohio State, there's just so many mouths to feed because they have so many good players. But you do see a lot of these little drags. These little drag routes, and Joe, you'll see some of that run after catch on plays like that one.
Well, you're right about the mouths to feed. That's why he didn't have the production that he did at Purdue, but he developed into an excellent blocker. And Ohio State used a lot of 12 and 13 personnel last year as well because they had a loaded tight end room. He was an excellent blocker by the time he got done there with the Buckeyes, and that's certainly one of the things that I think...
Hopefully...
So Broncos fans have been waiting to hear...
Hopefully that pick of of the tight end that the Rams has picked, hopefully Sean McVay is a little bit happier in the press conference after this draft, because he did not look happy after the first night's draft ended, after Ty Simpson got drafted. Hopefully he's a lot happier after getting a tight end in the second round. Now, Buffalo traded up with the Denver Broncos, and now Buffalo is picking at 62. You got the Chargers at 63, and then you got the Seahawks at 64, and then the second round has ended after that. I don't think Buffalo has drafted a receiver yet this draft. I don't think they have. They drafted an edge at 35, and they did not pick in the first round. They traded out of the first round. So they picked TJ Parker at 35, and they traded back into the second round. And hopefully, I mean, we've been having a lot of tight ends off the board and a lot of defensive players, linebackers included. Could they be looking for a linebacker? Wide receiver? Maybe a safety? I'm thinking linebacker or wide receiver. I mean, there's a lot of linebackers off the board. So I would probably have to say linebacker here. But Buffalo needs a wide receiver. You got to give Josh Allen some more weapons.
For the Jets, you can bid on David Bailey's jersey and sign jerseys from all of the new NFL players who walked the stage last night by visiting NFL.com/auction. All proceeds will be donated to the respective players' high school football program. Neat spell. How about this stat? Any player who's led the FBS in sacks is selected in the top 10 this century are on the screen.
Julius Peppers back in 02.
Julius Peppers.
Well, they say when you want to buy a house, it's location, location, location. That's the neighborhood you want to live in right there.
Yeah, pretty respectable neighborhood to use the midnight run phrase right there. Look at that. What a beautiful lit up city. I mean, it's just been awesome here. Been a great couple of days. We're expecting hopefully some better weather and on the radar for tomorrow. But for the moment, a glistening Pittsburgh, PA on a nice summertime.
Let's see what Buffalo goes with.
So move back into the second round.
I'm thinking wide receiver or linebacker.
For the first round, 3 times last night.
We had to take advantage of the opportunity to come up here with the legend, Penn State and Buffalo. With the 62nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select David Ebenson, DB, Ohio State.
They go corner.
This is an interesting one because we know Buffalo needs the help on the back end. You see the description, tall, rangy, too many penalties, meaning a lot of grabbing, a lot of holes. Joel, you got to see him up close and personal. He wanted to go to Ohio State out of high school. Ended up at Ole Miss, and then was able to transfer back. Long, lean, can make plays on the football. He's touchdown, get that awesome in there, make that touchdown play. But a lot of reaching and grabbing.
It was a defensive player.
It didn't have the ball production, quote unquote, interceptions. But boy, has he developed in the end.
So they got an edge at 35, and then at 62, they got a cornerback.
To keep him from reaching and grabbing.
He loves to compete. He's a physical player. I will say those penalties occurred not last year, 2 years ago, and then this last season in 2025, he cut the
Buffalo had to give up
and,
Buffalo had to give up a 3rd and a 6th round pick to move up to 62. They gave a 3rd and a 6th to Denver to move up to 62. Now the Chargers are on the clock. They haven't put their pick in yet. And then it's just the Seahawks, and then the 2nd round is done. The Chargers just now put their pick in, and the Seahawks are now on the clock. I could see the Seahawks trading out of this pick.
New Orleans. When they traded everything for Ricky Williams, but that wasn't
The Chargers
We shall
draft
see.
room looks like they're excited.
Well, I think that they could play into the offensive listener at some point in time here. They did trade back though and got some extra picks. I just know from a family of Charger fans that they're anxiously awaiting to see a guard get selected, which is not something you'll say often with the draft, but they're wanting a guard there.
If you're saying that, are you saying who's on the top of your board of guards? That Pregnon?
Yeah, I've got Pregnon.
Pregnon. This could be a Pregnon. Yeah.
What's that?
You got the person in Kentucky. Those are the guys I have on my take 100 to the left.
I didn't want to bring this up to Rich, but Ohio State just passed me. I know, as soon as I said mine, I made that just a little too early. It was premature. I hear you. Excuse me. Listen,
Celebrate when you can.
I think Pregnon could be the pick here for the Chargers. The guard?
it's in my mind anyway. So, and 2023 Browns did not pick until the 3rd round. The Niners didn't pick because they lost their picks for Trey Lance and McCaffrey, and the Browns traded away their picks for Deshaun Watson and Elijah Miller.
So one of them came out successfully and the other did not.
Let's see if the Chargers do it.
Wait a minute. Something's not right.
Here comes lights out, I think. Here we go. There we go. That's dirty to see.
With the 63rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jake Slaughter.
They got a center. One of the best centers in this class, Jake Slaughter.
It's time beyond in free agency, so they're going to give him a whirl. And go remember, Mike Daniels, new offense there, new coordinator.
Oh, it's an interior offensive lineman.
The 2nd level, getting out in space. You're going to see very athletic offensive line for the Chargers, getting those 2 tackles back. And you've also got a fallback. You get injured at center, Slaughter can kick inside and do that.
Yeah, I think Slaughter is a good option for the Chargers. They needed offensive line.
They're going to get Rashawn Slater and Mr. Alt in the mix. And there goes lights out. Sean Merriman hanging with the Bolts fans. Sure, laughing Bolts, everybody. The Seahawks finals pick the 2nd round, and the Arizona Cardinals are already in the slot for round 3. We're back.
The last pick of the 2nd round, and the Seahawks pick is in. So far, they've kept every single one of their picks, even though it's only been 2 as of right now, but they've kept every single one of them. They only have 4 picks. The Seahawks only have 4 picks in this draft. And they drafted Price, the running back out of Notre Dame, at the end of the 1st round. Who do they draft at pick 64 in the 2nd round? Well, I mean, they don't need a running back. They just drafted one. They could go offensive line. A couple offensive linemen, like interior offensive linemen, are already off the board. Which they could have gone interior offensive line, but that's no longer an option. Some offensive linemen, some interior offensive linemen are already off the board. They could still go interior offensive linemen. They could go edge. There's a couple receivers still on the board that they could draft. There's still a couple corners on the board that are possible in the second round. I would probably say either an interior offensive lineman or an edge rusher.
They won the Super Bowl and they figured so because they only have 3 picks left in this pick.
They could go corner.
Tonight, and then only one game 3 pick, a 6-rounder, 188 overall. Got all stood in their neighborhood with Fresh Lombardi in the case. Picking last, that's what you want to do. You want to pick last, that's the goal. You did a nice job filling the need with their first one. Cliff Overall, Purdue football. Yeah, it's Big Ten, man. Well, it's the Big Ten world. Speaking of interior rushers, final pick of round 2. Here it comes. What up, Tunas?
Yeah. With the 64th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the world champs, Seattle Seahawks select Bud Clark, DB.
They go defensive back.
Take this one, Chuck. Now I like this one because I'm thinking of this is not pretty fair. 64 to see a big cost. Somebody think about it. Second description of the right thing. Yeah, he's in the Ukraine and all that, but he finds the footballs. That's his okay night against North Carolina. Bill Belichick's debut. He would love to have that like that. Have that Clark getting into comfort today.
He can catch. Bud Clark can he has hands. For a defensive back, he has hands.
There he was working in the block, coming back into the block. Okay, step with it. Bud Clark. And this is a neat.
For a defensive player, usually they play defense because they can't catch. This guy has hands. He can catch.
And he played a ton of football. 45 starts from CC going all the way back to that.
Bud Clark is heading to the Seattle Seahawks at pick 64.
Round 3, and you send things to the stage to kick it off.
Arizona is headlining round 3.
Empowering, and connecting with our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. Today, as we honor
Could this be a quarterback for Arizona?
take this moment to recognize the men and women of our armed forces. Joining us on stage are Steelers legends, United States Marine Corps veteran Jim Madison, and Army National Guard veteran Jim Cole. If you are currently serving or have ever served in the United States military, please join millions of service members and stand to be recognized. Thank you for your service. Celebrating the first pick of the third round. Did they just take a quarterback to start things off?
I think they could have just taken a QB. Is it Carson Beck?
Just got finished. 22 players.
This could be where Carson Beck goes off the board.
Defense. 22 players in the second round taken on defense. That's tied with the 2016 second round for the most such defensive players in that round. Now it's round 3. What do you make of the Cardinals here?
Well, we've talked about quarterbacks, and I thought there'd be a little bit of a shelf after Simpson went off the board. I had Simpson at 36, and then the next one for me was back at 74. So thought there was a chance we might have a round gap. Obviously, Simpson goes a little higher than we thought, all the way up there at 13. We make it all the way through the second round with no quarterbacks coming off the board. I think we're going to see at least one come off the board, and Arizona as a team.
I think Arizona might go Carson Beck with this pick.
The most physically gifted out of the one we have left. Nussmeyer versus the 2024. Everyone was locked in on. They will have their choice of those.
Let's see what Arizona goes with this pick.
And she's got all the experience. We shall see. Here it is.
With the 65th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Carson Beck.
They do go Carson Beck. Carson Beck is a Arizona Cardinal.
He joins Arizona Cardinals.
So the first question of that press conference, I promise you will be, did you have Ben Kinder than Simpson? I'd be curious to see how the Arizona Cardinals answer that question. You talk about the prototypical size, 6'4.5", 233 pounds. He started 43 games, 137 of them. A typical pocket passer, CD. This guy can hang back there. He can drive the ball all over the field. He's got a nice, smooth delivery, smooth stroke. Really, some of the knocks on him were the immaturity during his early years at Georgia. But by all accounts, talking to the folks at Miami, he really matured and grew up and almost took them to a national championship.
That was a big one because a lot of people thought he was a loner. People don't like loners playing quarterback for them. But as you mentioned, a lot of that got cleaned up this year in Miami. And Joel, you'll remember, Bruce Arians had a lot of success in Arizona with a quarterback who was similarly constructed to Carson Beck and a guy named Carson Pompey. So there are some similarities there, and I think this is a great landing spot.
Yeah, I like this spot for Carson Beck.
College football in this period. In the national championship game, the last game of the year. So, yeah, there we go. They're setting back on the left side. We love Harrison Jr. Trey McBride, one of the best in the business here.
Rich, to add to the quarterback news for the Arizona Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett is expected to be the starting quarterback. He has not been showing up at off-season conditioning. My understanding is due to make $5 million this year. Brissett wants a contract extension for more guarantees in the future, and is not expected to show up until he gets that. Which means there's going to be plenty of reps for Carson Beck, assuming this is an extended absence for the Arizona Cardinals.
Pretty interesting rookie room so far. Jeremiah Love, Chase Besances.
You got Jeremiah Love and Carson Beck.
Because only
And an offensive guard. They got Chase Besances.
So that'd be a nice try.
Denver Broncos pick is in. Who is Denver picking?
Let's go to the stage for the latest pick. And it's the Broncos' first pick of the draft. Welcome to the draft, Denver.
Welcome to the finals. Let's go. NFC West champs. Hey, on land. Super Bowl 50 champions. And the best owners in football. They're with the 66th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyedon, D-tackle, Texas A&M. Let's go, Broncos.
Okay. Defensive tackle. Okay.
Come off the board here in this third one. We're going to see a couple more defensive tackles. I think McClellan from Missouri will be another one we'll hear called. Those guys.
6'3", 290.
States. You watch him, he's a big frame guy, 6'3", 292 pounds. Got those long arms, 34 and change. You can see it's a three technique. He's got the ability at that size. You see it right here, that quickness to work up the field. There's a chance for him.
The Raiders pick is in. Philly is on the clock.
And there's stalls out a little bit, gets stuck. That's something he can improve on, but this is a great value. I like him as a third-round defensive tackle. So many great players in Texas A&M. Some of these guys get lost in the shuffle.
And that's Denver's first pick of this draft.
On the inside of that defensive line. He played the majority of his career in Iowa State, but he was ahead of nose. He wanted to get out to three technique, went to A&M to play a different position, playing a different defense, and it certainly helped him. Yeah, and play for a coach like Mike Dillon. One of the best defensive players in a big way.
So the Raiders are back now, heading to the podium with the Eagles on the clock. It's time for Matt Miller to come back out. We introduced Trayden Stoops, Arizona, as the latest Raider. Tonight, now here's round 3. They've got 2 third-round picks.
With the 67th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Kieran Crawford, defensive end, Auburn. Welcome to the Raiders.
Okay, an edge heading to Vegas.
He was very late to football as a basketball player. Ends up spending some time developing in the last couple of years opposite of Kendrick Falk, and then ended up out producing him as a pass rusher this year at CD. Also one who went down to the Senior Bowl, had a nice showing, and helped him get into the third round. Kind of looks like a guy I should just get into some starters blocks, Joel, like a sprinter, and just take off at the quarterback. His best football has to be ahead of it. He's still learning the game.
Same high school as Michael Orr, by the way, a former basketball player himself before he transitioned over to football.
He learned football quickly. He went to Arkansas State, had 11 TFLs and 6 sacks, and that's why he got an opportunity at a bigger school.
The latest Raider. When we come back, the Eagles with their latest pick. The Bears, the Niners, Commanders, Bengals, Saints, third round action of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Going over the round 2 picks, the Niners at 33 went Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver. Arizona at 34 went Chase Besantis, the guard. Buffalo at 35 went TJ Parker. The Houston Texans at 36 went Caden McDonald. The Giants at 37 went Colton Hood. The Las Vegas Raiders got a safety. The Cleveland Browns at 39 double dipped at wide receiver after drafting Casey Concepcion last night. They went with Denzel Boston. At pick 40, the Chiefs got Mason Thomas. The Cincinnati Bengals at 41 got Cassius Howell. The Saints at 42 got Kristen Miller, defensive tackle out of Georgia. The Miami Dolphins at 43 got Jacob Rodriguez. The Lions at pick 44 got Derek Moore. The Ravens at pick 45 got Zion Young. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 46 got Joshua Trotter. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 47 got Jeremy Bernard after they missed out on Malachi Lemon in the first round. The Falcons at pick 48 got AJ Terrell's brother. And now the Terrell brothers are reunited in Atlanta. At pick 49, the Carolina Panthers got Lee Hunter, nose tackle out of Texas Tech. At pick 50, the Jets got D'Angelo Pons. At pick 51, the Vikings got a linebacker out of Cincinnati. At pick 52, the Green Bay Packers got Brandon Cisse. The Colts at 53 got CJ Allen, who I wanted Carolina to get, but the Colts ended up getting him at 53. The Eagles at 54 got Eli Stovers, the second best tight end in this class. At 55, the New England Patriots got a edge rusher. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 56 got a tight end out of Texas A&M. The Bears at 57 got center Logan Jones, who might be playing offensive guard. The Browns at 26 got Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the second best safety in this class. The Texans at 27 got tight end out of Michigan. The Titans at pick 60 got Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker out of Texas. The Rams at 61 got a tight end out of Ohio State. The Rams do like their tight ends. At pick 62, Buffalo got a corner out of Ohio State. The Chargers got an interior offensive lineman at 63, and the Seahawks got Bud Clark at 64. Eagles are selecting right now.
With the 68th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Markel Bell, center from Miami.
They got Markel Bell, the 6'9", 350-pound offensive lineman.
Up there with the guy that got at left tackle right now, I think that might be the biggest combination in the National Football League.
Yeah, they'd be the ones carrying the belt.
They got the giant offensive tackle.
Ginormous. I mean, he's 6'9" and shakes 346 pounds. His arm length is 36 3/8, which is ridiculous. So Maui Noah, his teammate on the other side, we saw him go in the first round early. He actually, man, not going to be able to get through on useless length. And someone, when you look at comics and you saw earlier, one of my favorite players, but I'm sure he still has nightmares about this.
Yeah, this is not the place where they're not the same weight class. That's just wrong when you throw that screen out there, isn't it, Joe? When you have them coming out, what's the way just to this thing on this game? That was me going up and doing that. When I was Pons getting decimated.
The Eagles got a guy who's 6'9", 350 pounds.
Didn't miss a rep the entire week. What in the ball game? He's the one who get run over by
The Bears pick is in. Who are the Bears picking at 69?
The defensive end for Marshall. Ended up going to Baltimore Ravens. Jackson started all 17 games as a rookie. Markel Bell's going to be just fine, folks.
Here's the Bears' latest pick.
I have some special guests to help me make the Bears pick. Please welcome Thailand, Infinity. They're representing Friends of the Children, an incredible organization that focuses on the importance of mentorship and empowering youth. The NFL and Bears work with Friends of the Children as part of our Inspire Change initiative. Tyler and Timothy, it's time to announce the pick.
With the 69th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select
Another tight end off the board.
Talking to GMs in the run to this draft, I said, what are some of the trends I need to be looking out for? And
6'6", almost 270.
it's up there. Well, the Bears have already got two studs. When you look at Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet, now you have Roush, who I think is the best blocking tight end in the entire draft class. He can really move people at the point of attack, and he's massive. He's almost 270 pounds. So you got to create a play call. You got a great system to work around. He's going to be able to really maul people in the run game if you can link him out in the pass game. Joel, he's got to be more consistent catching the ball. Drops were a little bit of an issue for him this year. He did have drops by the time the season ended.
The Niners pick is in, and the Commanders are on the clock. I'm hoping for a wide receiver, Commanders.
That's going to be that's where he played. I got to tell you, I think he's a really good player.
Because look at that, the Olsons right there. Merlin Olsen, one of the all-time great defensive tackles. In fact, the field is named for him at Utah State. And Bill Olsen also played in the NFL, grandfather of Sam Roush. I thought he might have been the scion of Roush Racing, and I thought this kid's already taken care of before he goes to the NFL. I don't believe he is.
No, he's from the lineage of Father Murphy, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's,
You remember Merlin sitting next to Charlie Jones, told him, Jones.
What are the Niners going to pick at 70?
BC. Here's the Niners' latest selection.
With the 70th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Romello Height, defensive end, Texas Tech.
Okay.
So we just had a Miami tackle, which was the second offensive tackle from Miami to get drafted. Now we have the second edge rusher from Texas Tech on that defense that was dynamite this year. Saw David Bailey go number 2. Hike generated a lot of pressure with a lot of production on that opposite side of the field. He's a little bit light at over 240 pounds, but he can win with speed. He's got a nifty inside spin. And I wrote down repeatedly in my notes, CD, this dude just plays hard. There's tremendous effort, and someone who's very well traveled around the college football landscape, he finished up on a high note.
And it's interesting to see it as we know, guys, that great pass rusher has a tag team partner. They even had Mezavik in Miami. Height there is the tag team partner for David Bailey.
Are you saying he's a height, weight, speed now? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, yeah, it was more of a height speed guy minus the weight.
Understood.
He's a Romello height speed guy.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So that's some pieces of the puzzle on the San Francisco defense. Commanders. That's a pick. The Bengals, Saints, and Rams again. Time.
Okay. The Commanders are on the clock. They haven't put their pick in yet. I'm really hoping they go wide receiver. I really want them to go wide receiver. If I have to pick which wide receiver, Chris Boswell is an option. Zachariah Branch, Malachi Fields is still available. Jacoby Lane, Ted Hurst, Bryce Lance. There were some good wide receivers on the board still. We can get Braylon Thompson, the fastest receiver at the combine. I want to see a wide receiver off the board. I want to see I want to see a wide receiver off the board. Braylon Thompson. If we can get Bryce Lance, Ted Hurst, who's almost 6'4", 206 pounds. Elijah Surratt could be another option. Jacoby Lane, who's 6'4", 200 pounds. Malachi Fields, 6'4". Zachariah Branch, 5'9". Chris Boswell, 6'4". I want to see a wide receiver. If one of those wide receivers' names come off the board, I'll be happy. The pick is in for Washington. I'm really hoping for a wide receiver. I want to see wide receiver off the board. One of those few names that I just listed. Come on, Washington.
McCoy is still sitting there. Emmanuel Jeremiah is best available. 19 is still there for pick 71. If you could see everybody on this board would be valued for the Commanders could say that everybody else. It's typical NFL draft scene. Commissioner having face-to-face interaction with fans who maybe not these folks, but collectively boo him.
Come on, Washington. I want to see a wide receiver off the board. One of those 6 names that I listed.
From Mace to an amazing town, sports town and fans, Pittsburgh. Thank you for being a great host of the 2026 draft. You guys are amazing. As much as I am to introducing the next pick, I want to say this first and foremost tonight. I get a great opportunity for you, Pittsburgh, to pass the torch to myself, my fellow crew in Washington, D.C.
We're hosting the draft?
22nd NFL draft on the Mall in Washington, D.C.
We're hosting the draft in 2027. Let's go. I might have to go to that.
The names haven't been since center status, by the way. It's been a minute.
Got some information today. The girls' flag football became an officially sanctioned high school varsity sport in Maryland, paving the way, creating more access and opportunity for female athletes across the region. Thank you, Josh Harris and the Command Organization for making this possible. It'll also be great for my granddaughters, Malaya, Matt, and Macy Grace, for their opportunities to come again. Thank you so much. The girls' flag football, a high school sanction event in Maryland. Thank you so much. And now is a great honor with the 71st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Sonny Styles was a character person, a great football player, so we one of the top football players for our organization for years to come. Dan Clinton and Washington Commanders, I want to say we select. We don't go defense for this pick, we go offense.
Okay. We got a wide receiver. Okay, it's not one of the receivers that I listed.
Just came back to the purpose.
But we got a receiver. Thank you.
Pretty fast. Someone who I think could find a home day one in the slot. And he's got an excellent ability to set up defenders and then snap the ball, and they can make things happen after the catch. You see the competitiveness, not the biggest guy in the world at under 6 foot, but he can go up and get the football, and then you want to give it to him on a jet sweep.
I'm okay with this pick. I wanted to see a wide receiver off the board at 71, and that's exactly what happened.
Hands, he does have excellent quickness, and we thought maybe receiver at 7. Sonny Styles fell in their lap, and they're able to trade into this area of the draft and still get a quality player, Antonio Williams.
And very quickly for both of you, for you and Joel, he's also the product of what you have to do as a scout. How do you evaluate the entire career, correct? So I think 2024 was better for him than 2025. And you're banking on the 24 being what you get.
Well, that is most of those Clemson players, to be honest with you. He did over 200 catches in his career, so he can produce. He was slowed down a little bit last year with a hammy, so that hamstring injury is why he didn't produce quite as much. But he was latest pick, 72 all the time.
With the 72nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Sicario Davis, cornerback, Washington.
Okay.
Just under 6'4", 194 pounds. See the comp right there at the bottom, making jumps to that reach wall, and
That's a good comp.
that's in progress. But you also see him as a courage defender. You'll see him in cover 3 back there. You see his recovery ability to go track, get the football down the field. Weak wall and high ball skills. This dude does as well. It's just rare to find this height, weight, speed combination when you're almost 6'4" and you're someone who runs a 4.41. Now he's a little bit raw. There's more work to be done there, but you want to just line up and try and run by him. Good luck.
Yeah, it totally fits. He's at the University of Washington, Joe, because for the longest time when Pete Carroll was running the Seahawks, we would describe him as a Pete Carroll corner with that effective build. I got to change my verbiage now because Pete's gone from there. I'm just going to say he's a Pete Carroll type corner.
Well, he also had a hamstring. I mean, so a couple of guys, and that slowed him down a little bit this last year. They ran a lot of man coverage in the beginning of the year, but because of that hamstring, Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator, had to run more zone late in the season, in particular after Rutgers of all teams got him on offense.
And then he has a running mate on the other side, Ephesian Brysoff, who's similarly constructed. Another huge corner that we expect to see during the course of this draft weekend.
So I'm getting some information here as the Saints' latest pick is that the Giants just traded up back into the 3rd round. They didn't have a 3rd round pick. They traded 3 picks, including one from next year, to move back into the draft after this choice from the Saints.
With the 73rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Oscar Delp, tight end, Georgia.
Another tight end off the board. Oscar Delp.
He's looking at him drafted at this point in time because the production was
6'5", 245.
He runs 4.49 at his pro day and trades position, and he's more than a willing blocker. You see the flashes where you can see it, the speed, the burst. Once he catches the football, he just didn't have a whole lot of opportunity. Wasn't targeted very much. So this is it's all about yak and all about the blocking, and more than anything else, it's about when he ran that 4.49, there was a confident buzz among the scouting community.
So right now you're saying if you're Kellen Moore, I can do a number of things with him, right, Joe? You're talking about now that that's just a tight end spot. Since it's a rolling block, I can run him back there and have him run some fullback plays for me, some of the H-back stuff. It'll be a nice versatile piece.
He had a bit of a foot injury. He had a hairline fracture in his foot. That slowed him down a little bit. That was flagged at the combine, and they thought he would be the heir apparent to Brock Bowers at Georgia. The production never really materialized. He had 20 and then 21 catches the last couple of years.
And that's just so tough because when we say, hey, you're going to be the heir apparent to Brock Bowers,
for Bowers, it's the best.
good luck getting that production.
Exactly.
You guys understand the locks pro. Let's see what position is he playing.
Oh, he's a mini. He's going up and down the field.
Look at him. He's a short stick mini. Look at him working inside there. Look at Oscar. Show me your skills.
All right, so the Giants didn't have a 3rd round pick. They traded it last year to move in to take Jackson Dart. So what just happened is the Giants traded in from Kamala. They had a 4th round pick lost on the 5th round pick 145. They traded both of them and a fourth rounder next year to move in to take this player. So it's a pretty big pick, like we said. Next time we hear from the Giants,
With the 74th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malachi Fields.
There goes Malachi Fields.
It's a big, fluid, smooth, athletic receiver. Think about Michael Pittman Jr.
6'4", 218. How tall is the receiver we drafted? 5'11 and a half. There was tons of 6'4" receivers in the draft that we could have went. I listed like 3, 4 options. He was one of them. But
Was one of the first ones I watched. My top 50. You thought this it is that was the catch of the week during that week of practice. So a big, smooth, fluid wide receiver that can go get the ball down the field. Joel, you made such a great point as we started this draft about the experience that we're getting with these kids, the character we're getting with these kids, and what you're having. Malachi Fields fits all of that. University of Virginia to Notre Dame, an awesome kid.
Last Notre Dame player, John Harbaugh, was trying to miss it. So this is what expect what the Presidents is doing. I know you're calling him out, right? As I see Malachi Fields here and having his big no. So the Browns turned in from 6 to 9, still get Spencer Fano, and then get themselves a 2 selections. And they keep on trading down and trading down.
I mean, Malachi Fields was one of the receivers that was one of the names that I listed as an option for Washington to take at 71. They didn't take any of the receivers that I listed, but at the end of the day, I wanted to see a wide receiver at 71, and that's exactly what happened. They got Antonio Williams, wide receiver out of Clemson, and he's fast. He's on the shorter side. He's 5'11". I mean, he's about my height. 5'11", 190 pounds. He should fit into that wide receiver room nicely. You know, Terry McLaurin, Jalen Lane, Luke McCaffrey. We brought back Traylon Burks. I think Antonio Williams will fit into this receiver rotation. Would I have liked for a taller receiver? Yes. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a 6'4" plus receiver on your team. But I'm happy with this Antonio Williams pick. I mean, is it the actual receiver that I wanted? No. Is it a wide receiver? Yes. So because of that, I'm happy that we actually drafted a wide receiver at pick 71. We got Sony Styles at pick 7, and we got a wide receiver at pick 71. Got to get like little wins. We got a wide receiver. We still have a couple more picks left on day 3. So we could probably still get another wide receiver on day 3. But if we don't, I like how fast Antonio Williams is. He's a fast receiver. So because of that, I'm happy. If we can draft another receiver on day 3, that would be awesome. We'll see what happens on day 3 though. So the Dolphins pick is in. Pittsburgh is on the clock.
still at your Mark McCoy, and we're at hit 75, and all these guys on the screen considered value picks based on Daniel Jeremiah's best available. So the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the fly. Fans are getting locked in on that. Latest pick of the Miami Dolphins is in.
Who does Miami go with?
For the Dolphins.
With the second pick in the 2026 experiment, the Miami select Caleb Douglas, wide receiver, Texas Tech.
Caleb Douglas going to Miami.
Actually got that pick announced in under 4.39 seconds, so that was impressive.
He ran a 4.39, 6'3", 206.
And for long stride, he can eat ground up in a hurry, guys. Matt Fleck was the defensive coordinator. He tried to blend three different defensive schemes: the spread rain game, the true air raid, and that deep choice scheme that Tennessee runs. And for me, Caleb Douglas was best when they were in that mode, stretching down the field, that long stride. I mean, led Tech in catches last year. Yeah, a lot of things that got Jared.
Miami got a fast receiver at 75.
It's not fair of Douglas, the receiver that Dolphins fans were looking for. And it's time for the Steelers fans to party.
That man's coming. You know what would be great? They can just keep to the podium right now. That'd be awesome. Right here in this city, they would trust the table. I'm the back man for me. Make sure the Steelers are
Who does the Pittsburgh Steelers select at pick 76?
This is a pick from the George Pickens twins.
Man, it's our first blessing just to be here with you all. Let's do the stimulation. With the 76th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Drew Allen.
Drew Allen. Wow. Wow.
Bit of a double whammy here. But you see that Drew Allen gets drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he would announce it as his former teammate at Penn State, Joey Peters Jr. And this is something here. It was Pittsburgh. Well, this is
Wow.
the Chiefs sent going for the Ravens, and he just got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it was full circle.
What does this mean for Will Howard? I mean, this is obviously the just in case Aaron Rodgers decides to retire.
They play quarterback for this team in this town.
The size does matter when you're Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. And he's already in the roster playing at Ohio State, but where was he from, Joel? He's a Pennsylvania kid. Pennsylvania guy. And now we're getting this. Now we're just flipping around a little bit, guys. Now, Joel, I want you to talk a little bit about it because you articulated.
Drew Allen at one point was regarded to be the #1 overall pick. What was it, a few years ago? Or not a few years ago, but he was supposed to be the #1 overall pick. But then he kind of fell off a cliff. And he didn't play well.
miscast in their offense. Their offense was never suited to his strengths. He's a big thrower. Get the ball down the field. And yet they were just putting.
And now he's a third-round pick heading to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Cares deeply about being great. If he gets in the right system, guys, he could be a better NFL quarterback than what the quarterback run game. Remember the Oregon game? That was a breakdown. That was another sack, but that's another focus. But the thing I think for him very quickly, DJ, he's going to end up competing with Will Howard at some point. And this going into the big games, like the wins in the big games. Now it was on the quarterback carries it with him.
I'll just say real quick though, at Penn State, he had some tight ends up to see.
Pittsburgh.
I love what you said.
Pittsburgh got a tackle. They got Bernard in the second round, and now they got Drew Aller.
Speaking of Steelers quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers still has not committed to the Steelers to return and play for them this year. They think he will. They are confident they've had good conversations. They do not know for sure. My understanding was that there was some open today. Mason Rudolph at some point this offseason.
So right now, the quarterback room is Mason Rudolph and Will Howard, and now soon to be Drew Aller, and expected to have Aaron Rodgers join. You saw one of the celebratory Steelers was
Wow.
say that bring quarterbacks along, and now he's got two games. But Drew Aller carrying a buzz here in Pittsburgh.
With the 77th pick from the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Chris McClellan, defensive tackle, Missouri.
Just talked about the A&M tackle and said, we'll see Chris McClellan come off the bench.
Yeah, they needed defensive help, defensive line help, depth piece as well.
To take over 34-inch arms, had the 5 sacks. You can see him as a pass rusher. He's got that club rip move. He's got a little pump move. You see it right there trying to collect guys. And then when you watch him at the point of attack in the run game, a little more stacking feet, just kind of stack blocks and then try and find the football. It's really glad them. They turned it up from 84 with the Buccaneers to make that very close. With their next pick, the Falcons on the play. Ravens and Jets right behind that. The Steelers will stand for the pick tonight because there's a ton of Steelers fans just leaving the exit with the left of that strap all the way back to the
The first couple picks in the third round of the NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals with the first pick of the third round at 65 got Carson Beck out of Miami. The Denver Broncos at 66 got a defensive tackle. The Raiders at 67 got Crawford, the edge rusher out of Auburn. The Philadelphia Eagles got an offensive tackle, Bell, who's 6'9", 350 pounds at pick 68. The Chicago Bears got a tight end at pick 69. The Niners at pick 70 got an edge, Romeo Height, out of Texas Tech. My Commanders, I wanted the Commanders to get a wide receiver, and they got Antonio Williams, receiver out of Clemson, that has some speed on him. At pick 72, the Cincinnati Bengals went with a cornerback out of Washington. At pick 73, the Saints went Oscar Delp, tight end out of Georgia. The Giants at 74 went with Malachi Fields, wide receiver out of Notre Dame, who is 6'4", 220 pounds. That's one of the names that I listed for Washington, but we ended up going in a different direction. The Miami Dolphins at 75 got wide receiver Caleb Douglas, who's 6'3", 206 pounds. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 76 got quarterback Drew Aller. out of Penn State, 6'5", 230 pounds. And at pick 77, the Green Bay Packers got defensive tackle Chris McClellan out of Missouri. The Indianapolis Colts pick is in. The Falcons are on the clock. We just saw 2 quarterbacks go in the top 12 picks of the 3rd round, which probably was expected. Is that Kickball Dad? I think that was Kickball Dad.
Drew out of it, like a buzz here, that's for sure, here on the far nine. And the Indianapolis Colts have only picked once so far in this draft. C.J. Allen, a linebacker out of Georgia that was earlier.
That's a good linebacker, though.
This draft coming up for a team that started out like a house of fire. With Daniel Jones as their quarterback, and Jonathan Taylor looking like an MVP, offensive player of the year type, and then it all fell apart with the torn Achilles from Daniel Jones, and that was right when they traded 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner, so fortunes kind of changed. Now
Pat McAfee's back out there.
We make some noise. Some noise. Possible. Listen, there's a lot of negativity about the Indianapolis Colts. What you need to do to all that negativity is you crush it up, you put it into your palm, and you think to yourself, does it matter anymore? No. The future is the only thing that matters. The Colts are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Way better than you bum-ass Chargers fans down here. I'm joking. I like your team. I like the Colts more. I also like, with the 78th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Indianapolis Colts select A.J. Halsey, DB.
They got the safety out of LSU. Wow.
Defense in the SEC, they've already done it.
His pro comp is Landon Collins.
Frame-wise of Landon Collins, that kind of stout build.
5'11", 215.
And then watch him play and drive. He's really good at reading the quarterback and positioning himself to make plays on the football. Here he is doing it down in the red zone and doing it in the SEC at a very high level. Here's that physical presence that he brings. Also some leadership he's going to bring to that defense. They've drafted.
That's a good safety for Indianapolis.
In Allen and now in Halsey.
Dapping everybody up at the combine, showing a little bit of that leadership camaraderie. He started his career in Mexico, then he went to Houston, led the Big 12 with 5 interceptions in 2024. Got an opportunity with LSU. All he did, all SEC. I mean, he developed over the course of his career.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
The Falcons pick is in.
And I'm calling it Ben Finley. It's a great theory. Kind of like Bill Parr says, if you're going to bite, they're going to bite his pumps. So they go to the SEC to get a CJ and an AJ. Now here's the Atlanta Falcons after drafting. There are no more Terrell siblings, correct? What's up, baby? Who's good? We're going to keep this thing rolling. With the 79th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select. I guess we're going to keep it red and black.
Zachariah Branch.
He's still at school. I mean, they're just to take a guess. They can bring them all in real easy. Now, he's from Las Vegas out there, Bishop Gorman, but went from USC.
Wow, he's going from Georgia to Atlanta, going from the Georgia Bulldogs to the Atlanta Falcons. 5'9", 177 pounds.
Reminds me of Khalil Shakir doing in Buffalo right now.
That's a nice fit for the Falcons.
Could be one of the leaders in yards after catch and NFL. Branch has that same type of ability. Joel, you saw that at USC before the transfer to Georgia.
Five-star guy, and he came in right away. I can remember one of his very first games as a true freshman, catches a punt, takes it right back to the house, and you're like, oh my God, shells in his hands, and you immediately hold your breath. That's why he got all those catches near the line of scrimmage. Georgia did a good job getting the ball in his hand again for 80 catches last year, so a lot of production. That offense can cook. I mean, Bijan, maybe he's a first overall pick in your fantasy draft this year, people. You know, Penix is on the screen there, but Tua's got a real shot to start if Penix isn't healthy and not beat him out.
Zachariah Brandt, Drake London, Kyle Pitts.
My word.
Man, they got weapon galore in Atlanta.
The latest pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. Here comes the England family, and they were very shy last time. Let's see if they take a little bit of the breaks off. Hitting deuces. We're still doing this? Yeah, I'm still right there. Oh boy.
Every time I think the Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Stadium, I'm 2-0. Over 100 yards in a game. And y'all really gonna tell me how much we're gonna step that one for spot? Single. Yeah, I got my mental in there, sorry. Who's the MVP in the 2026 NFL Draft? Me, Baltimore Ravens select Jacoby Lane.
Jacoby Lane went to the Ravens? Ah, come on.
Injury for a second to get one last shot. Stay in the zone.
Man, that's a good pick from the Ravens. 6'4", almost 6'5", 200 pounds.
This draft class with unbelievable one-hand wow catches. How about this one? Just cupping the ball with his left hand. And it was all through his career at USC. And you saw incredible plays where he'll go up, climb the ladder, he takes big shots, and can finish. Here's another one down here in the red zone. Watch him contort, adjust.
One-handed with ease.
Like, I know it's a different position, but he was that former basketball player type asset down in the red zone. He is on Fox, Joe. Not too shabby there. See a call in the background. I think
Did we get how high that? Here we go. Somebody do the math.
Wow.
In 2024, he had a ton of touchdown production.
Well, two receivers that I thought Carolina might go after, Jacoby Lane and Zachariah Branch, are no longer on the board.
Tracking ability and the catching ability in contact position. So this is a guy that can compete and come down with the football when it matters most. Lane is the 8th receiver taken tonight, 13 overall. The record for the first 3 rounds of a draft is 17. So there's still enough time here. The Jaguars are now about to pick again. And this is the Minnesota Vikings being on the clock. Panthers, Tampa again. The Steelers one more time. Maybe all those people that just bolted after the last one can come back in, turn the machines back on. Unfortunately, Joe, there are no more Ravens picks, I believe. I would love that. I think the Ravens should. I mean, the Ravens have a ton of day 3 picks. They should trade back in just for that alone.
You know, they should just let him do Cleveland and Cincinnati too.
With the 81st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Albert Regis, defensive tackle, Texas A&M.
Another defensive tackle off the board.
It's kind of like twins in this draft, right? There's 2 of everything at every school.
6'1", almost 300 pounds.
Quick feet. He's the undersized defensive tackle at A&M. He's one who plays with that leverage, gets underneath guys because of
at shorter stature, and you see how
Kind of like Aaron Donald.
he can shoot some gaps as well with that quickness. Not the biggest guy at that position. He's just under 6'2", 290 pounds. Got a little bit shorter arms. But someone who you see him, he flashes when you watch the tape.
By the way, even with the short arms and the short stature, 10 PBUs at the line of scrimmage. He would constantly get his hands up, get his hands on the football. I think their scouts were in college station a bit this year. That's 2 picks, 2 Texas A&M players, and they have 2 more picks the rest of this night. But the Vikings, Panthers, Bucks, and Steelers are the next.
But in back-to-back picks, the Falcons got Zachariah Branch and the Ravens got Jacoby Lane. 2 receivers that I would have been okay with the Panthers drafting. And now they're both off the board. I was even thinking about, AJ, the safety, going to Carolina at pick 83. We got offensive tackle in the first round. Maybe someone on the defensive line for Carolina. I mean, I don't really think we need a tight end, and all there's been a run of tight ends in the second round and in the third round as well. So there's a lot of tight ends coming off the board. If the Panthers think that we need a tight end, even after we drafted Mitchell Evans last year, then maybe, but I don't really think we need a tight end. I would like to see someone on defense. I mean, I would have been okay with Jacoby Lane or Zachariah Branch if they fell to Carolina at pick 83, but neither one of those options are available because they went to, Zachariah Branch. Zachariah Branch went to the Falcons, and Jacoby Lane went to the Ravens. So those guys are gone. There's some big receivers in this year's draft, though. If Carolina wants to, they can get someone who's like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". Isn't Jalen Coker like 6'3"?
Anyway, it's in the book. You're 16 for him. TJ Ward. So far, one pick for the Broncos. And this is what Martin and Matati left to say after he just loaded up. Rich, you can see more on Big Noon Kickoff. That's right. That's right. Got a lot.
I would also not be opposed if Carolina trades down out of pick 83.
You've got 19 more picks. Keep putting the Fox references in there. Go.
It's not even a shameless plug. It's just your love.
Yeah, that's right.
With the 82nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dominique Orange, nose tackle, Iowa State.
Well, they said in the marketing opportunity getting drafted by the Browns, but he's going to be a good fit.
Another defensive tackle off the board. Back-to-back defensive tackles off the board.
Very powerful guy. Throws that one tap nose and a nose technique. He's going to be right over the center, and he can kind of control the line of scrimmage. And
Panthers pick is in.
Guys back, but you'll see him get lateral and make some tackles. So Interesting player. Look, there's no sacks. There's not a direction to go off that there. You drafted him to stop the run. Well, and he also didn't ask him to do that, right? Like that structure of defense. It was a 3-3-5 defense. This is why his teammate, like his name transferred from Texas A&M, because they were asked just to get on to hold everybody up and let those linebackers and DBs run. As part of the reason, Big Citrus did get that out. Caleb Banks, they've got a lot of peace. They certainly have. But he's gonna be a little more like this first.
Let's see what Carolina does at pick 83.
Bringing some juice to the run.
There's some good corners still available, but McCoy's injured, isn't he? Burks is still available if we're going wide receiver. The center out of Kansas City, Kansas University, possibly.
Panthers' latest pick.
With the 83rd 2026 NFL Draft. Once again, your reigning NFC South champs, Carolina Panthers, say Chris Brazzell.
Chris Brazzell. I'm okay with that. That's one of the receivers I'm okay with. He has height. Is he like 6'4"? You can't teach height. 6'4", 200 pounds. I'm okay with this.
This big monster year ended up going to third round to the Giants, and it has to transition for how.
What does this mean for Xavier Legette?
When he came to the combine and ran sub 4.4 at his height, does he think he's got build-up speed? No, he gets up and goes, and that will only help Bryce Young loosen things up in that field because now he's got a guy to go over the top. Ted McMillan had a big year last year.
Ted McMillan's 6'4", 6'5".
You know, Cuba Hubbard that's in the best field. They are the reigning NFC champs, and they're getting better.
Yeah, and Jalen Coker wasn't even on the screen there. He came on strong last year.
Let's go. I'm okay with that pick. I'm okay with Chris Brazzell, the second, going to Carolina. 6'4", 200 pounds. Give Bryce Young another weapon on the opposite side of Tedero McMillan. And then you have Jalen Coker in the slot. What does this mean for Xavier Legette? Is he a trade piece? Are we going to ship him? Is he gone? Or is he now going to be wide receiver 4 on this team? We still have the wide receiver from Colorado that we drafted last year. So we still have speed. So all the Panthers wide receiver room now consists of Tedero McMillan, Jalen Coker, Xavier Legette. We still have David Moore. We have the receiver from Colorado. We brought in former Alabama teammate of Bryce Young. And then now we got Chris Boswell, the second. I would think if I'm ordering this wide receiver room, it's Tedero McMillan 1. I would say Jalen Coker 2, Chris Boswell the second 3, Xavier Legette 4, Jimmy Horn Jr. 5, David Moore 6. Or the guy that we picked up from Houston that the Houston Texans cut. And Mechie. I would actually put Mechie at 6, David Moore at 7. That's a good wide receiver room.
The Commonwealth, Jermod McCoy still sitting there, sliding down, bringing some injury questions. One of the best defenders in college football might make it all the way to game 3. We shall see. But the latest pick, this round is coming in from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now we move forward with the Steelers one more time. And the Chargers.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
Picks just traded their pick to Cleveland. So, hello, Browns fans. You're back in the 3rd round.
Rich, I also want to point out, I believe that's the first Shania Twain song we've heard of the NFL draft. Are you sure about that?
I don't know, man. I think you just missed it in a previous one.
Fire them cannons! Welcome to the draft here in Pittsburgh. Thank you, Pittsburgh fans, for being the host of this tremendous draft. I'd like to thank the late Malcolm Glazer and the Glazer family for providing me with the opportunity to broadcast not just 1, but 2 Super Bowl championships. Super Bowl 37, Super Bowl 55. And to all Buccaneer fans worldwide, touchdown Tampa Bay! Speaking of touchdowns, Tampa Bay, with the 84th in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ted Hurst.
There goes Ted Hurst.
State. No box.
You know, he got some big shoes to fill with Mike Evans going, but Ted Hurst brings similar size and the ability to work vertical down the field. You see the speed.
Ted Hurst has some speed on him. 6'4", 206 pounds, and he's fast.
He was curious to see what it would look like once he got to the Senior Bowl, and he's tape. Man, it carried over with a fantastic week of practice. Here you can see him right here rocking that number 7, just tracking the ball down the field, adjusting with the one-handed block. He was impressive.
I think what I was most impressed by him was at his size, the footwork in the line of scrimmage, the releases, getting downfield, and then once he's able to.
That's the first offensive player that Tampa selected.
So here come the Steelers and then the Browns, who just took the clips they got from the Giants. The Giants is right all the way back in. He just flipped them to the Chargers for them to move back in. As part of the compensation, there's a couple more picks, including one next year, that's involved in this trade. But anyway, the Steelers are back on the clock. One more Titans in 15 receivers now. It's 15. 2 more to tie the record for most in the first 3 rounds of the draft.
This is not going to be different from here on out. Every year we're seeing these wideouts come in waves and waves and waves. The college game just keeps producing them.
And there's 5 more in your top 100, and we haven't reached the top 100 in this draft yet.
Yeah, there's a lot more coming. Yeah.
That's the start from the Pittsburgh Steelers. They chose to with Jerry Porter and son. Now here comes Cam Hayward.
Guess where? I got a hearing with this pick. With the 85th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl winners, soon to be second. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Dalen Everett, defensive back, Georgia.
Everett is now off the board and heading to Pittsburgh. 6'1", almost 200.
Jordan Porter Jr., who sat on the stage a little earlier, you know how big he is. Jamel Dean comes in, and now you got Dalen Everett, who's 6'1", 196 pounds. This is a big game.
He's a good corner. Pittsburgh is retouring that defensive back room.
He's an excellent catch for CD. Someone who could fix it a little bit early. Strickland ran away from it in that game, but that was a rarity. He's a very good tackler, and that's an important aspect of tricks here in Pittsburgh. And he's from one of those programs, Joel, that you know well, that there's so many players that after a while, you forget about just how they are actually good. Yeah. And Everett falls into that category. And then he reminded everyone at the combine.
That's Pittsburgh's first defensive player in this draft.
Whenever you're considered from the coaching staff in Georgia a leader of the room, it says something about your football character, and you was the leader of that DB room. Do you keep score in a baseball game? Anybody? Oh, yeah, but if I'm going to be hard, you can see the my Clinton Jones card looks like a 19-room baseball game. The other backs had a the pitchers had a hit on the pitcher. Yes. I can't even keep up with it. They're back in the third round, is basically what I'm saying. And here is their choice.
With the 86th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Austin Barber, tackle, Florida.
They got a tackle, almost 6'7", 320 pounds.
Here, and Austin Barber, who I think has a chance to be a swing tackle. You could use him in either place. Charles, you're talking about maybe even kicking him inside. I like him out there on the perimeter, but it gives him options. When you have to rebuild the entire group, you like guys that have a little bit of that versatility and flexibility.
And it just wasn't that long ago when we talked about this Cleveland Browns offensive line. It's one of the best ones in football, where you lined up and they just smacked you around, and you're talking about trying to deal with that. Big Chubb would run behind you. They have to do exactly what you said, DJ. Retool and put it all together, and then keep DeJuan Jones healthy, and he can stay on the field. He's really two tackles in one, because that is a massive man.
So trying to figure everything out. 2 fourths and a 6. That's what they flip. Some of those picks they just got from the tournaments turned around. And so Archers have been amassing some picks here. They come into this draft with very many, but at some point you're gonna have to turn them into units. You know what I mean? So, Rich, you're telling me who's pinch hitting in the 13th? I don't know. I don't think Joe Hayden just got pinch hit for right there. I think he left.
Did you walk out?
I think he thought he thought the Browns were done for the night.
Did you take the car down and talk to Blue and go over all the chain? All right, I got him going. And
yeah. Candlesticks would be a nice present.
Dolphins selection.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Will Kazmarek, tight end, Ohio State.
Okay. Another Ohio State tight end goes off.
6'5", 260.
Players at the same position from the same school getting drafted within the first 3 rounds. Kazmarek, again, more of the better blocker of the 2 tight ends. Flair, a little more athletic. Kazmarek, a little more physical in the run game. You see him, there's flashes where he'll get down the seam and show you something, but to me, it's not really the smoothest athlete. He's just dependable, reliable. He didn't drop a single ball last year, and you can count on him in the run game.
And I tell you, late in the year, he was an absolute mauler in the run game. When they went into Michigan,
6'5", 260.
Whether the best blocker on the field that day was Will Kazmarek, they took a lot of value out of that, certainly from the coaching staff. And he's a guy that transferred in from Ohio. So he found a role and did it really well.
So they're really nothing about wanting to be more physical, didn't they, the Miami Dolphins? That theme continues under John Eric Sullivan, their new GM.
That was the 7th time in chosen tonight.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13 more picks in tonight's draft, and we will be heading to day number 3. There's been a lot of tight ends coming off the board in the last 2 rounds. That was expected. And then a lot of offensive defensive linemen as well, which is also expected.
Landing spot corrected. Choosing the Jaguar. That's awesome. That's very cool. Fantastic. Wouldn't that be great if there's a team that actually drafts somebody that way? That's
The guy you gotta take the money. Yeah, that's too good. If we're drafting up the Sweet Smith magazine, Smith.
Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock. Their pick is in.
Well done.
With the 88th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Emmanuel Pregnon, guard.
There goes the guard from Oregon.
This is a real value pick. He's going to be
Great selection by Jacksonville.
I think about Jacksonville, I think about Henderson. He's going to be involved in this organization. This is going to be his type of player because of what you see right here. He can move guys, powerful. He's a one-track player when you get out there in space. The ability to adjust not going to be his strong suit. But when guys get lined up over him, he can displace them. He can move them.
No doubt about that. You remember when they acquired Brandon Sheriff from Washington, where he finished up things. Right now it's going to be a guard on the inside. It's going to be in the league of what Sheriff was doing there.
It's another one of these guys, and I keep saying this, college players, because guys can develop. Wyoming, then USC, then Oregon, and develops into an American, started 40 straight games to end his career. But again, like the rules now in college football are allowing these guys to find a place to shine, develop into NFL players.
But you use the word adapt as well, because
100%.
we're going to 3 different schools.
Yeah, exactly. All-American researcher Jack Andrew gave me this factoid. No running backs won in the second round. Last time that happened was 2003. There still hasn't been one taken tonight. However, 10 wide receivers and 7 tight ends have gone.
But Daniel Jeremiah said last night when Price went at 32,
Yeah,
it's going to be a long drop after that, and boy, was he correct.
here's Jimbo Covert back.
Oh, there's Daniel Jeremiah's right here.
Okay, Chicago.
Jimbo Covert.
With the 89th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU.
Xavier Thomas going to Chicago. 5'10", 190. Another receiver going to Chicago, giving Caleb Williams another weapon.
But there was some practice clips of his that were making the rounds, and they've got all those downward throws near LSU, and you can see him really separating with that 4.28 speed. He's not a natural catcher.
4.28, 40-yard dash.
Down there, I don't think
Man, he's fast.
Square the football and gets good one. You're not going to catch him.
There's a type of pick that when you look at who took him and Finn Johnson, there's specific things that he has in mind that he can do with that player. So a lot of times when they're putting those things down, right, Joel, when you have that play chart that you see a coach has, they will have stars and different things for different things. It's not just calling a play, it's a people play because you want a specific guy to get it.
This is not a knock, and specifically because Finn Johnson has a history of in Detroit and then even with Chicago. He's a bit of a gadget guy, but excellent in that style of role because of what we were saying, DJ. Maybe not great catching the ball down the field, but once it's in his hands, if you create any sort of space, he can be gone.
Here comes the Niners' latest pick. They took a wide receiver tonight to start the night. 11 have gone, 10 since Deshaun Stribley to start the night.
With the 90th pick in the 2026 San Francisco 49ers select Kaylon Black, running back, Indiana.
Hey, a running back.
Yeah, non-combine too. I believe it's the first non-combine.
Kaylon Black from Indiana. He's a good running back. Out of this season, out of Indiana, he played well.
Tim, every single time he gets hit, he just falls forward. He doesn't take negative runs. He's very willing in pass protection, get down these short yardage situations.
Yeah, he played well.
What you see here is this dude can grab the kicks. Yeah, he's gonna have an impact on special teams right away.
What I loved about him is that the offense actually ran through this. This is the thing. It's like Indiana was primarily a run team. They had to get their run game going to get that RPO game going for Fernando in the passing game. Think about the Rose Bowl, guys. They ran the ball in Alabama 50 times in that Rose Bowl, beating them badly. And Kaylon Black was a big part of that.
And he took every snap at the Senior Bowl as well. 16-game season, did everything at the Senior Bowl, didn't miss anything.
Latest Indiana player taken, the one who took the first on the clock, the Raiders will get their pick when we come back. The final 10 picks of night 2. Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, and
That's the first running back selected tonight. And it's Kaylon Black out of Indiana going to the San Francisco 49ers at pick 90. 5'9", 208 pounds. He was really good this past college season in that Indiana Hoosiers national title run. Vegas is on the clock. And we got Dallas, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, back-to-back Vikings picks, Pittsburgh, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars to end the night at pick 100. The first few picks of the third round, Arizona took Carson Beck at pick 65. Denver took a defensive tackle at pick 66. The Raiders took Crawford edge at pick 67. The Eagles took the giant offensive tackle from Miami, Bell, who's 6'9", 350, at pick 68. At pick 69, Chicago got Sam Rush, tight end out of Stanford. San Francisco at pick 70 got a edge rusher, Romeo Height. My Commanders at pick 71 got Antonio Williams, wide receiver out of Clemson. He has some speed on him. At 72, the Cincinnati Bengals got corner out of Washington. At pick 73, the Saints got Oscar Depp. The Giants at 74 got Malachi Fields. The Dolphins at 75 got Caleb Douglas out of Texas Tech. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 76 got Drew Aller, quarterback out of Penn State. Green Bay Packers at pick 77 got a defensive tackle. The Colts at 78 got a safety out of LSU. The Falcons at 79 got Zachariah Branch. The Ravens at 80 got Jacoby Lane. The Jags at 81 got a defensive tackle. The Vikings at 82 got Dominic Orange. The Panthers at 83 got Chris Barzell. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick 84 got Ted Hurst. Pittsburgh at 85 got Dalen Everett. The Browns at 86 got an offensive tackle. The Miami Dolphins at pick 87 got a tight end out of Ohio State. Jags at 88 got Emmanuel Pregnon, the offensive guard out of Oregon. And the Bears got a wide receiver, Thomas, and Kalen Black went to the Niners at pick 90.
Every team winning has a board, and there's constant communication within those teams. And they're going back and forth, trying to make deals, trying to cut trades, trying to do all kinds of things. There's constant communication. And that communication all goes back right behind the door back there. And they have a staff of about 10 people in there that are just killing it tonight. So I would like to just give everything, if you guys would give them a big hand, that'd be awesome. Anyway, with the 91st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Zoom III, guard, Texas A&M.
Trey Zoom III going to the Raiders.
That's where you would be, but when you pay something to the bomb, what they do, they
Nope, he's not playing center.
Positional flex, and that's where it comes in handy right here to the CMCD.
He's 6'6". 6'6", 312 pounds. Dang.
Because he's trying to draft football players now and make this roster so much better. And I give John Spintek a lot of credit for that. Obviously, Tom Brady definitely.
That's a big center. He played center at 6'6". I mean, he can play around the offensive line, but to play center at 6'6".
It's about toughness. He certainly has that. Two-time team captain for A&M. Remember when Dallas flipped Osa or Digizua to the 49ers for a third-round pick? Here's the third-round pick. This is it. What do you think the Cowboys are going to do? Defense? Everything's good about the defense. Defensive coordinator Christian Fulker's got some fun tunes to players.
They're probably going defense again. Dallas, if you want to, you could, not pick anybody. Just, I mean, I know you have to pick someone, but
There's two Peterson who lived the compliment a few years ago. This is the first pick since last night.
you can pick someone bad, though.
Here's Drew Pearson.
With the 92nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Shaquan Barber, Jay-Sean Barham.
That's at the University of Michigan. Joel, he's really good. He in the thinking position, best defensive rusher.
6'3", 240. Another edge going to Dallas. I said they needed. They were going to add a defensive player. I think they've got all defense this draft.
You see explosive player who can win with that speed off the edge. You see it. You have a once you close the back door here, he can really get.
Man, and he's fast. Jaden Daniels put on the speed, because when he gets off, when this guy gets off the edge, he's coming after you. Run, Jaden Daniels, run. They got the Dallas Cowboys got all defense, and they got back-to-back edge rushers. They got safety Caleb Downs last night. They got Malachi Lawrence last night, and then now they go into the third round and get another edge rusher at 92.
College, so he won't get well in the culture or anything out of an Oklahoma game. It's 15 yards. I'm sorry, I'm still Steven for now. Here's the latest Rams choice.
So where they're changing targeting, Rich.
With the 93rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the LA Rams select Keegan Trost, tackle from Missouri.
Keegan Trost.
Yeah, Trost is one who's
Almost 6'5", 311.
He seems to typically the different places that he's from the line of the scrimmage. But 51 games, someone is 24 years old, he's very mature. He's got quickness. The fact that he just stays connected to blocks. Not gonna work. But he just gets the done in a consistent manner. He can cut off on the backside. To me, I just think he's a player that he is what he is. So you appreciate where he is right now. There's a lot more development to take place. But I think he's got a chance to come in and compete.
Interested in listed him as attack. You thought about everything else.
I mean, he's a big guy, almost 6'5", 311. Got to protect Matthew Stafford and I guess Ty Simpson at some point.
Young Kobe Turner, Cooper Cup. Then Raiders fusion returns, nothing significant there. In whose house?
But like I said, I mean, that's a big offensive tackle. Keegan Trost, 6'5", 311. Got to protect Matthew Stafford for as long as he plays, another couple years, and then he has to, you got to protect Ty Simpson. I mean, you drafted him in the first round for a reason, so he's going to be the successor to Matthew Stafford. I think the Rams have gone. Well, they got quarterback in the first round. Just got a tackle. Who do they get? Who do they get between Ty Simpson and the tackle? Who do they get after that? Who do the Rams get? They got the tight end at pick 61. So the Rams have gone all offense as of right now.
Been quite spirited here this evening, certainly for the fans of teams that didn't even pick last night. Oh, is that Tony Stark? Should I do it?
The Dolphins pick is in. New England's on the clock.
So Jermod McCoy's still sitting there, 19th on Daniel Jeremiah's.
Jalen Kilgore is still available too.
97. That's on the clock right now.
Chris Bell. I can see Chris Bell going to Miami.
Dolphins.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Bell.
I just guessed it. I didn't see anything. I literally just flat out guessed what Miami Dolphins was going to do for that pick.
You can see he is fast for a guy who's carrying around 220 plus pounds. Here's
Chris Bell's a good receiver. He just kind of felt like a Miami Dolphin to me. He felt like a good weapon for the Dolphins to take.
Teams earlier this week that he is ahead of schedule with running 18 plus miles per hour and has a very good chance to experience fourth season. That is good news for the Miami Dolphins.
For the 5th time in the history of the NFL draft in the common area, right? For the 5th time, we have seen 17 wide receivers taken.
And there's still a couple more picks left. We could break that record.
Taken. They're in the final 6 picks. We would have a new record. Last time it happened was 4 years ago. So a massive run on wide receivers. We saw a massive run on offensive linemen last night.
6 picks left.
A wide receiver, a running back, and a quarterback taken in the first 4 picks, which is great. Here's the latest featured, but Dean Breach is a hero.
Is exactly expected out of Pittsburgh. We all know what I'm here. Ain't that right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Listen, I apologize to my Pittsburgh fans. And I had to wait in the back. Thank you guys for being patient. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Yeah, we appreciate you guys too. I'm here to announce the greatest organization's 95th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The greatest organization select Eli Raradon, tight end, Notre Dame.
Another tight end off the board on day 2.
Lean tight end who
6'6", 245 pounds.
being different in the scene, but I was impressed at how effective he was as blocker. Functional blocker for this who does it like he could put on some more weight on that frame and get up to 255 pounds. So I think there's more upside there. He had 3 drops this last year, more of a concentration issue. I don't think he had bad hands, but he had that big long frame to target down the field. That is the 9th tight end taken in this first 3 rounds. That ties a record in that regard. Play the music again. The Steelers triggered it.
See what Pittsburgh selects at 96.
When I said 6 times going on 7, I didn't hear y'all be loud. So y'all gotta be loud when I'm doing something. With the 96th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 6th time, soon to be 7th time, Super Bowl champions. Select Jennings Dunker.
Dunker goes to Pittsburgh. The mullet goes to Pittsburgh.
is coming to Pittsburgh. It's right. Here comes the that's the business outside.
6'5", 220.
And he is a mullet. That's the best way I could describe him. He's got long arms. He can latch and drive you in the run game.
Great pick, Pittsburgh.
Chance to start right away, slide right into that spot. You want to talk about run game movement?
He can generate it. Again, he's going to be someone who's going to just get after people in the run game. Projected him inside the guard. I know he has that tackle experience, but here he is finishing guys. Fellas, he was on my flight. He sat right in front of me on the way out here to Pittsburgh. And I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, hey, I want to thank your hair because you gave me and Rich plenty of content there with the super slow-mos at the combine. I said, what the heck are you doing in Pittsburgh? Because I'm going to hang out with Skipperoo. I thought, perfect. I couldn't imagine any other friend for him. Here. He's a legitimate lumberjack.
That's the son of the gaming competition. I believe multiple times. He didn't leave the seat back after, did it?
No, he didn't, but I think he drank all of the coffee.
Look how psyched Mike McCarthy is. A real mauler inside. This is a perfect spot for it.
Yeah, there are going to be different leagues in this stadium next year. I love that.
I was at an event earlier today that involved Pittsburgh Steelers. And I asked the crowd, who do you know about? And the crowd responded, offensive line. We need offensive linemen. I think they're going to love this one in addition to the Allen pick, which really juiced up this crowd here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and I can't unsee that. North and the rest of America that just saw that. Outstanding. We are
Just jealous.
heading to the final picks of the night here in
The final 4 picks of the 3rd round of the 2026 NFL Draft. Back-to-back Vikings picks, the Seahawks pick, and the Jacksonville Jaguars pick. Will the Vikings use both picks? Or will they trade this pick, which is pick 98, will they trade this pick away? I think they stay put and draft 2 players back-to-back. I mean, why not?
compensatory pick given to Minnesota because they lost a particular free agent. Who's next? Chris Sandon. Whatever happened to that guy? I don't know. Can we get research on that? What it say do after leaving Minnesota? 2 picks in a row from the Vikings.
With the 97th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Tiernan, tackle, Northwestern.
Vikings getting a tackle. Dang, these tackles are huge. 6'7" to 6'8", 323 pounds.
What's someone who I think has the opportunity to be in starting tackle? If he's almost 6'8", 323 pounds, he'll have the longest arms. So it's a little bit high.
He's a giant. These tackles are giant.
Starting 38 games in Northwestern, and they told me he started at 5 a.m. Plus now it's a fan now. It's 5 a.m. But he's listening at 5 a.m. most days. His size is really good, but I think he moves well for that size as well. So when I turned into the Indian club, that's what I better than I am.
The Vikings did stay with back-to-back picks.
5 a.m. club. All right.
What does Minnesota do with the 98th pick?
With the 98th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jacoby Thomas, defensive back.
They got a safety as well. 6'1", 211. Okay.
And you'll see him. Second, really to see the future a little bit from the middle of the field to drive and make plays. Here he shows you some of the pop he has as a hitter, and then here's those ball skills. He not keeps the ball with the combine CD, which shuts this because you see all these ball skills when you're watching him on tape.
He has good tackling as a safety. Good as a blitzer. Safety blitzes in Minnesota might be using him a lot. Vikings have done a lot to fix that defense. The Seahawks have kept every single one of their picks, and they've used them. They only have 4 picks.
Here comes the latest pick from Cliff Averill on behalf of the defending Super Bowl champs. They only have 2 picks left in this draft. So this one and one tomorrow. That's it.
That'll be all bad. With the 99th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the world champs Seattle Seahawks select Julian Neal, DB, Arkansas. Let's go to those.
Got another corner. Okay.
Another one of these big corners.
6'2", 203.
6'2", 203 pounds. Good arm length, big and long. He's a real efficient mover on the outside. So let's see him trust his eyes. We talk about that with a lot of these DBs. Do you trust your eyes? Just trust it and go. Pull the trigger and go get it. Because he's got all the physical tools. Just want to see him. Just some of that hesitancy, CD, because I believe there's more in his body. He can be a really good player. What we've seen is the DB makeover, the secondary makeover in Seattle. Remember, Kobe Bryant is gone. He came to Seattle as a corner coming out of college, opposite Sauce Gardner, and he put a lot of safety back there.
Jags pick is in. The last pick of the 3rd round and the last pick of day 2 of the draft.
Another 6th rounder, 216th overall. They're the 6th rounder. They're on 188th overall. So Pittsburgh could move up to take Jennings Dunker. This is the last pick of
Final pick in the 3rd round. With the 100th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jalen Husky, defensive back.
Jalen Husky, safety out of Maryland, is going to Jacksonville. 6'1", 200.
This is that deep rock player, and not only can he make plays on the football, we're 21 when he's stuck like a soft-footed race where you just see it. No false steps, just go get it. And here he is showing off some of that ball production and range. All just seems to find this guy. Some of them you see like that one, it's just thrown to him, but it's a funny thing. When you look at these guys, Charles, and the ball finds him in college, it tends to find him in the NFL as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. And look at him. He has a patience and they stick to it, right? Because he's a big Lego guy, and those things don't just come together for in no time. They may in time-lapse photography, but they put on regular time. You got to put some effort in. And Joel, you know, reminds me of a little bit as now came out there before, which is down to the trader. Now understands what you're doing back there. Well, Husky's had more production in terms of taking the ball away than Trader had during his time.
I mean, he's just always in the right spot. You know, he's fundamentally sound. He's in the right spot, understands the scheme. That kind of fair times him. He's still being where he's supposed to be. All right, boys.
That's it.
This night two. The Buffalo Bills, as you can see, will be the first team on the clock tomorrow. Day 3. We're praying to the weather gods that the forecast that we see is not accurate. We've had a first 2 nights of this NFL draft in a gorgeous weather. It's just been spectacular. The pictures that we are putting on the screen for you is exactly the ground Paul Pittsburgh would look, and it's been a great first 2 days on NFL Network last night. So that wraps up our draft coverage. The Colts will be back on Game Day Final in a moment, right here on NFL Network. Night 2 has been quite something else. Game Day Final on the front draft day.
Okay, well, that's the end of day 2.
Davis and Daniel Jeremiah at the end of the set. It's a quarterback-driven league, and this will be a quarterback-driven segment here. No quarterbacks in round 2. Ever since we heard the name of Ty Simpson, we didn't hear one until the very first pick of round 3 that featured 2 quarterbacks. Preston Beck and Drew. Daniel, your thoughts on those choices?
Yeah, those were quarterback teams, and those are the 2 quarterbacks we thought we would hear. And it happened right at the start of the 3rd round with Carson Beck. But someone who has that prototypical size, he's played a ton of football in college, he's played in big stages and big games, culminating with just coming up a little bit short in that national championship game. I'll be fascinated to see if the Arizona Cardinals let us know where he was on their board. Did they have him over Ty Simpson or behind Ty Simpson? Either way, they needed one, they got one.
Yeah, and bottom line is, we're going to ask that question. The answer is going to be Carson Beck was our guy all the way through. That's what you have when you have them. But I think Carson Beck and Drew Aller went to the absolute perfect teams for both of them. Carson Beck going to Arizona, this gives him a chance to compete early with all the experience he's had in college. This is a different thing than when you have Ty Simpson coming in with just 15 starts. This guy's an experienced player and has done a lot. Drew Aller coming off of an injury. Eventually, when he gets healthy, he competes with Will Howard for probably the backup this year and maybe for the starting job starting in 2027. I can't wait to watch it go, but for me, Joel, went to teams where they should have gone.
And listen, for Carson Beck, you're going to a team, maybe they haven't had a lot of success, but they've got a lot of offensive weapons, and in particular with their first draft pick in the first round with Jeremiah Love. So, listen, you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. on the outside, you've got Trey McBride, now you've got Jeremiah Love. So this could be a really good situation for Carson Beck. As far as Drew Aller, I'll just continue to say, I think he could be a better pro than he was a college quarterback. Mainly because I think he's going to fit the system a lot better than what he did at Penn State. I'm thrilled for him to get here to Pittsburgh. Obviously, the reaction from this fan base. So this is a guy that was a unique competitor. And trust me, I met with him several times. He loves football. He wants to be great. And he's a fierce competitor. They're just going to run around like a mobile quarterback. And he's not a mobile quarterback. And yet he did that. kept him at several games. And guys, yeah, he might have fallen short in big games, but he went out there with largely no wide receiver crew and kept them in those games. That interception he threw in the national semifinal against Notre Dame, not his fault. Terrible run. It gets undercut by the DB. He's trying to anticipate a window. So again, I know Trueauer has a lot of success. I'm happy for him. It's happening right here in Pittsburgh.
Well, it doesn't matter how you start and it's how you finish. I'm a perfect example. I showed up at a tournament. It was 80 degrees out. It was a terrible decision. I was melting on the set. Now, this is awesome.
Perfect.
I think it matches the set behind me.
As usual, Richie is ahead of it.
People thought I was doing my best Sean Connery impersonation. Celebrity Jeopardy. Just your back. Yes, I can. It's how you finish.
All you need is to be holding a cat and you're a perfect on.
That's fine.
All right, seriously.
Dylan, no, I'm just saying right now I'm chilling like what?
That's right, chilling.
Back to the trip. Yeah. The third day.
Just one time. Welcome to the Rock. Okay, just give it to me one time.
That's how he was dressed. I am dressed like the Sean Connery of Saturday Night Live on Celebrity Jeopardy. And I cannot repeat any of the things that he said.
Come on,
in front of this
Indiana Jones is dead.
Absolutely not.
Indy's dead.
Yeah, tomorrow snow. Listen, what about tomorrow?
Yeah, look, we're here at the stadium right behind us, Pittsburgh Steelers. Remember when we had that conversation about Peyton Wilson, the linebacker at NC State a couple years ago? And it's like, well, he's got this injury, and how long is he going to be able to play? Well, he's made a bunch of plays inside that stadium. He's won some football games for him. Jermon McCoy, it's been the discussion, right? How healthy is he? How long is he going to be able to play? I just know he's so much better than all the other players that are available at this point in time. I don't know about the longevity. I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you right now, it's time for him to get picked and take that risk and take that chance. The talent is worth it.
Yeah, and the defensive guys will keep pouring off the board tomorrow. Defensive linemen, edge rushers. You know, you see a bunch of linebackers still sitting there. You mentioned McCoy. Kyle Lewis is the one that I'm still wondering why he's not off the board, because he's such a versatile piece. You can lose him all over defense, and he's going to make a lot of plays. And guys, as we get later into it, will we get a Jordan Mailata type of a pick? An Ur Bernard, who's going to come off the International Pathways program, who just wowed everyone with his physique, his speed, all that. Remember when Mailata stepped over everything and came to the set? I believe we were in Arlington, Texas for that one. And then he turned into a heck of a player under Jeff Stoutland's tutelage. This is where you take your opportunities, you take your chances 6th, 7th round tomorrow.
Well, first off, tomorrow I'm looking forward to watching you guys.
Okay,
So,
here
like,
we go.
It'll be that. I'll have.
He always smiles when he lies, by the way.
Wow, that's interesting. So will you do that while you have your Fox Sports mode while you're sitting there at home watching us? There you go.
Having a little coffee.
Set it up to have Mickey Mouse just drag him off the set. That's the
Great, play gloves. That would be great. Listen, I think the trend of wide receivers will continue because there's still a lot of wide receivers out here that you could take. They could be productive. And just remember, we go through this, and at times at the end of the draft, and guys, I know I'm never out here on Saturdays, but it can kind of just feel like, oh, yeah, these picks come through, and, will it pan out? There's going to be someone drafted tomorrow that's going to make a huge impact next season on an NFL organization, maybe somewhere that you're rooting for. And so these picks are important, and a lot of these teams accumulated a lot of day 3 picks, and that ammunition could come to fruition.
Brother, you are a delight to work with.
I appreciate it.
You're a pro's pro. You're a lead pipe building professional. Love doing the draft with you. I hope we get to do it together for a very long time.
We shall see.
We shall see. We know the way the world and the television world works, but you are awesome to work with. And I speak on behalf of everybody here.
You guys are the best.
For sure. It's like
I have a great time.
You will be missed tomorrow, and I do look forward to doing this more times with you.
You got it.
Let's make sure we wish him luck in his club championship match play.
Is that what's tomorrow?
Hey, on the 30th.
Hey, Rich.
I may go out there and caddy for him.
Before you crown him as the nicest guy in the world, I live an hour away from him. He hasn't invited me to go off one time.
No, I understand that.
I mean, seriously.
DJ,
Sorry, single digit handicaps only.
It's club best standards.
To your point about wide receivers, just real quick, the 17 that have been taken already, tied for the most in the common draft era between the first 3 rounds. The 9 tight ends, the same thing. Running backs taken 3, that's the fewest in the common era, but they all have something in common. 2 from Notre Dame, 1 from Indiana. All 3 running backs taken from the state of Indiana. The rest of the 49 states in the union, 0 running backs taken so far.
which is the way we throw to Rhett Lewis, Mr. Indiana once again. Look at us. Look at us turning pages.
Same number of Colorado Athletics.
Take that, Calvert Cheney.
Back.
And by the way, Rich, if you got a
So after day 2 of the draft, if I were to say, like, shocking picks, I'm shocked that Emmanuel McNeil Warren fell to 58. I thought Cleveland getting him at 58 was a steal. They stole him at 58. The Commanders getting Antonio Williams, I didn't mind that pick. I wanted a wide receiver, and they got a wide receiver. So yeah, I mean, obviously, someone like a Zachariah Branch or Jacoby Lane would have been nice, or even like a Ted Hurst or something. But we got Antonio Williams. He's what, 5'11", 190 pounds. He's fast. He has some wheels on him. He can run. Put him in that wide receiver room. We'll see what happens. The quarterbacks, there was no QBs drafted in round 2. There was 2 quarterbacks drafted in round 3. Carson Beck at pick 65 going to Arizona, and Drew Aller at pick 76 going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are the only 2 quarterbacks drafted in the 3rd round, and the only 2 quarterbacks drafted on day 2.
Last one off the board was Chris Bell going to Miami Dolphins. He looked like a really value. We he get fully healthy there. Really healthy.
So an overview of what happened on day 2. The Niners at pick 33 got wide receiver Deshaun Stribling. The Arizona Cardinals at 34 got Chase Besantis, guard out of Texas A&M. Buffalo went T.J. Parker. The Texans got Caden McDonald at 36. 37, the Giants got Colton Hood at pick 37. 38, the Las Vegas Raiders got a safety. Pick 39, the Cleveland Browns got Denzel Boston. At pick 40, the Kansas City Chiefs got edge rusher Mason Thomas. The Cincinnati Bengals at pick 41 got Cassius Howell. The Saints at 42. Back on to the Bengals pick. That was their first pick of this draft. Pick 42, the Saints got defensive tackle Christian Miller. The Miami Dolphins at pick 43 got Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker out of Texas Tech. What a pick by Miami. He's a great linebacker, forcing a lot of turnovers this past college season. At pick 44, the Lions got edge Derek Moore. At pick 45, the Ravens got Zion Young. At 46, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers got Joshua Trotter. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 47 lost out on Malachi Lemon. And in the 2nd round got Jameer Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver out of Alabama. At 48, the Atlanta Falcons drafted A.J. Terrell's brother, cornerback out of Clemson. At 49, the Panthers traded up to get Lee Hunter, nose tackle out of Texas Tech. At pick 50, the New York Jets got DeAndre Pons, corner out of Indiana. The Vikings got a linebacker out of Cincinnati. The Green Bay Packers at pick 52 got Brendan Cisse. The Colts at 53 got CJ Allen. I kind of wanted Carolina to get CJ Allen, but they went ahead and got Lee Hunter. At pick 54, the Eagles got Eli Stovers, tight end. He's the second best tight end in this class. At pick 55, the Patriots got Gabe Jacus, edge out of Illinois. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 56 got a tight end out of Texas A&M. Chicago at 57 got a interior offensive lineman, Logan Jones. At pick 58, the Browns got the second best safety, in my opinion, in the class, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. At 59, the Texans got Klein, tight end out of Michigan. The Titans at pick 60 got Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker out of Texas. The Rams at 61 got a tight end out of Ohio State. The Buffalo Bills at 62 got a corner out of Ohio State. The Los Angeles Chargers at 63 got an interior offensive lineman. And at 64, the Seattle Seahawks got safety Bud Clark. In round 3, at pick 65, Arizona went Carson Beck. At pick 66, the Denver Broncos went defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. At pick 67, the Raiders got edge Kyron Crawford. The Eagles at 68 got the biggest offensive lineman in the class, 6'9", 350 pounds. At pick 69, the Chicago Bears got tight end out of Stanford. At pick 70, the San Francisco 49ers got Romeo Height, edge. My Washington Commanders at pick 71 got Antonio Williams, wide receiver out of Clemson. The Cincinnati Bengals at pick 72 got a cornerback out of Washington. The Saints at pick 73 got Oscar Depp, tight end out of Georgia. The Giants at pick 74 got Malachi Fields. The Miami Dolphins at pick 75 got wide receiver Caleb Douglas. At pick 76, the second quarterback off the board went, and that was Drew Aller. At pick 77, the Green Bay Packers got defensive tackle Chris McKellen. At pick 78, the Indianapolis Colts got AJ safety out of LSU. At pick 79, the Atlanta Falcons drafted Zachariah Branch, wide receiver out of Georgia. So he gets to stay in state and play, going from the Georgia Bulldogs to the Atlanta Falcons. At pick 80, the Baltimore Ravens drafted Jacoby Lane. At pick 81, the Jacksonville Jaguars went defensive tackle Texas A&M. At pick 82, the Minnesota Vikings went Dominic Orange, defensive tackle. At pick 83, the Carolina Panthers picked wide receiver Chris Boswell II, who is 6'4", 200 pounds. At pick 84, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers got Ted Hurst, wide receiver out of Georgia State. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 85 got Dalen Everett, corner out of Georgia. The Browns at 86 got Austin Barber, offensive tackle. The Miami Dolphins at pick 87 got a tight end out of Ohio State. The Jacksonville Jaguars at pick 88 got Emmanuel Cragon, offensive guard out of Oregon. At pick 89, the Chicago Bears got Xavier Thomas, wide receiver out of LSU. At pick 90, the only running back drafted in day 2 of the draft was Kalen Black, running back out of Indiana. At pick 91, the Las Vegas Raiders got a interior offensive lineman, Trey Zune III. At pick 92, the Dallas Cowboys got another edge rusher out of Michigan. At pick 93, the Los Angeles Rams got Keegan Trost, offensive tackle out of Missouri, who is 6'5", 311 pounds. You're gonna, gotta protect Matthew Stafford for as long as he plays, and then since you drafted Ty Simpson in the first round, he's gonna protect Ty Simpson as well, probably. At pick 94, the Miami Dolphins got Chris Bell. I flat out guessed that Miami was going to draft Chris Bell. He's about 6'2", 220. At pick 95, the New England Patriots drafted tight end out of Notre Dame, who is 6'6", 245 pounds. At pick 96, the Pittsburgh Steelers got Dunker, the interior offensive lineman. He and the mullet are going to Pittsburgh. At pick 97, the Minnesota Vikings are going offensive tackle out of Northwestern. At pick 98, Minnesota went back-to-back, and they drafted safety out of Miami, Jacoby Thomas. At pick 99, the Seattle Seahawks got corner Jalen Neal out of Arkansas. And at the last pick of the third round, the Jacksonville Jaguars drafted a safety, Jalen Husky, out of Maryland. Appreciate you. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call it for date number 2. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and I will probably go live on day 3 on YouTube on this channel. We'll see how I fare. I'm probably gonna go live on day 3 for rounds 4 through 7.